just a minute or so. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the link for the YouTube stream so that we can pass it off in the live chat. I think it is over here. Let me go ahead and grab that link. And here it is if you need to watch it at some time. Okay, so I see that, Mr. AM, let me know what time it is right now, and then I can better accommodate. Is it 6 p.m. where you are right now, or is it earlier or later? But anyways, let's go ahead and start. Okay. I don't know if we can. I don't know if we're going to be able to accommodate that. That might be a little bit too late for the rest of the students, but I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Okay, so we're doing HackerFrogs After School Cryptography Basics session number 5. So we only have one more session to go for cryptography after this, and then afterwards we're going to be switching over to our last course for this batch of courses, and that's going to be the network hacking course. So please look forward to that in about 2 weeks. But in the meantime, let's do session number 5 for cryptography. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School, and this is the 5th session for Cryptography Basics. In the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. So what did we learn about? We learned about the XOR operation. So XOR is a bitwise operator which can be performed between 2 or more numbers and returns the numbers 0 if the bits are the same and 1 if they are different. So we learned a little bit about XOR properties, and there are several rules that apply to XOR operations as illustrated above. So XOR is commutative, which means that the order that you put the numbers in when you do the XOR operation don't matter. A XOR B is the same as B XOR A, and we also have the associative XOR property, which means that if you know 2 of the XOR numbers, you can get the third XOR number. So if you know that A XOR the XOR of B and C is going to be equal to the XOR of A and B XORed by C. So basically, if you know A and B, you can get C, and if you know C and B, you can get A, etc., etc. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? So we're going to be doing some XOR warm-up exercises, and then we're going to be figuring out how to solve an XOR problem with partial information. And then after that, we're going to be covering the OTP cipher. So the OTP cipher is another cryptographic cipher, and it's actually the way it works is very similar to how XOR works. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be doing these 3 exercises, and let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. So for our warm-up exercise, we're going to reacquaint ourselves with the XOR operation by solving the following challenge over at ctflearn.com. So if you don't have an account at ctflearn.com, you don't need to make an account at ctflearn.com, but if you want to submit the flag for the challenge, you're going to have an account at ctflearn.com. So if you want to take a look at all of the links and all of the solutions for the exercises we're doing today, you can do so at the GitHub link over here. I'll just leave the GitHub link in the chat for everybody. And Elliot Allen, Elliot Alien on YouTube says, hello, Elliot Alien, nice to see you here. And we're just doing a little lesson on cryptography right now. And then after that, we're going to be doing so many other topics on cybersecurity after that. Anyways, so the CTF Learn link, you can get it over here as well. And let's go ahead and copy that. The tassel thickness says, get ready for bird interludes. Yeah, we're going to be putting on our birds a little bit later, but thank you very much for coming by, the tassel thickness. Okay, so this is the challenge over here, and so this is CTF Learn. So CTF Learn is another platform where we can do CTF exercises, and this is a challenge called Hextraordinary. So the description of the challenge is as follows: meet Roxy, a coder obsessed with being exclusively the world's best hacker. She specializes in short, cryptic, hard to decipher secret codes, and the below hex values, for example, she did something with them to generate a secret code. Can you figure out what? Your answer should start with OX. Okay, so we've got a couple of numbers over here, and these are hexadecimal numbers. Remember that if we want to do the XOR operation, we can't do them with hexadecimal numbers. We have to convert these hexadecimal numbers to binary numbers first, because the XOR operation is done with binary numbers. So just in case people don't remember, let me go ahead and do a little demonstration. So just going to create a little test file over here. And so XOR operation. So if we want to do an XOR operation between some binary numbers, we would do, let's just suppose we're doing the number 10. So the decimal number 10 is in binary, this over here. So it's 1010. And maybe we want to do the XOR operation with the number 22. And I am not very good at converting these things, so let me go ahead and get a conversion. So 22 binary. Ooh, that's not how you spell binary. So 22 in binary is 10110. Okay, let's go ahead and plug that in. 10110. Okay, so Kilby on Twitch says, hello Shy, hello Kilby, nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and do our XOR operation on, just as a demonstration, we're going to do our XOR operation on these two numbers. So if we do the XOR operation between the number 10, which is this in binary, and the number 22, which is this in binary, we would get this. We should probably put a 0 in front of this so we can do the operation. So these two numbers in this column, it's 0 and 1. These are different. So that would result in the number 1. Remember, if the numbers in the column are different, we put down 1. And if the numbers are the same, we put down the number 0. So the next column, they're different. So we put down 0. Sorry, we put down 1. And the same thing with the third column here. So the first three columns, these numbers are all different. So we put down 111. But in the last two columns here, these are all the same number. So we put down 0 for each one of these. So this is the resulting number when we XOR operation this number with this number. And we just need to figure out which decimal number this is now. So we can probably figure it out by going to some website. Just plug in binary that. And it says it's the number 28. Okay, so we find that if we XOR the number 10 by the number 22, we get the number 28. So this is just a manual example of doing the XOR operation, just to remind ourselves how it's done. And we can go ahead and go to the challenge here. And in the challenge, we've got two binary numbers here. Sorry, these are not binary numbers. These are hexadecimal numbers. So if we grab these two hexadecimal numbers, we can actually solve this a couple of different ways. We could do it with Python, or we can do it with a website. So the easiest way to do it is with the website. And if we go over to this website over here, so it's xor.pw, we can do the calculation, the XOR calculation, with the website. So I'll just paste in the website for everybody to take a look at. And because we're working with two hexadecimal numbers, we're going to have to make sure that the inputs are going to be in hexadecimal. So we can set this to either binary, decimal, hexadecimal, or ASCII. So we're just going to make sure that these are both base 16, and we also want our output to be in base 16. So we can go over to the challenge and grab the two numbers over here. So I'm just going to grab the first number copy that and then go over to the XOR website. We're going to paste that in, and then we're going to grab the second number. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to paste the second number in, and then we're going to click on the Calculate XOR button over here. And when we do that, we get this result over here. So this is hexadecimal, C0DED, and this is the answer over here. But we have to remember that the challenge says the answer should start with 0x. And 0x in programming terms means hexadecimal. So that's going to be hexadecimal CODED. So let's just go ahead and copy this. So I think CTF learn, this is the format of the flag. And then we put everything between some curly braces. So I think it was C0DED, like this. And let's see if this is the right one. We'll just submit this. And I think it's probably going to say something like, please log in to submit your flag. We can't actually click on the submit button because we're not logged in. Okay, but anyways, before we move on, let's go ahead and solve this with one more method. Lucas Polga, thank you very much for coming by on Twitch, and hello to you. Okay, so if we go over to the GitHub, in the GitHub we've got some Python code that we can plug into the Python editor, and for this we can use the onlinepython.com website. So I'm just going to copy that and provide it to everybody so you can do this yourself. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of whatever's already here, and I'm going to grab the code from the GitHub over here. So this is this is challenge number 1, and under challenge number 1, in step number 2, there's some code. So you can just copy all of the code by clicking on this button over here, and then afterwards you can go over to the Online Python website, paste in the code, and then, well, before we run the code, let's take a look at what actually is going on in the script. So we got hex1. These are both variables here, hex1 and hex2. We've put in hexadecimal, these two numbers that were provided by the challenge, and then we set up one XOR2. So one XOR2 is going to be hex1 XOR hex2, and in Python, this symbol over here means XOR. So we've got the results hex, which is going to be the hex version of 1 XOR2, and then we're going to print out something. So the flag to submit is CTF learn, and then we're going to print out a string, which is the results hex over here. So after that, all we need to do is just click on the run button over here, and then we will get our flag. So the flag is here. The flag to submit is CTF learn 0xC0DED. So we can go ahead and copy this. So just highlight this and press Control C to copy. And let me go ahead and provide the flag to everybody in chat. Here you go. And if you have an account over at CTF Learn, you can submit this flag, but we're not logged in right now. You know what? I'm gonna log in real quick just so I can submit the flag and confirm that this is the right flag. So log in. I think the website is kind of laggy right now. Okay, maybe we'll skip that part. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. So we figured out that we can do the XOR operation between two numbers to get a third number. And if you have any questions about anything we're doing, please let us know in the chat, because I don't want anybody to feel like they're being left out or to be confused. Anyways, let's move on to the next challenge for today. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to learn about XOR and solving XOR problems with partial data. So suppose we have 3 values in a CTF challenge. We've got A, the plain text, B, the key, and C, which is the cipher text. So if we've got this plain text here, it's equal to the word secret, and we've got the key, which is these this number and letter string over here, and the ciphertext that would result from XORing these two together would be this over here. Sigma says, pretty sure there was a server error for a bit. So yeah, it's not super important that we confirm the flag, because I'm pretty sure that is the flag for the website. Sigma says, was getting a 503 error code when I tried making an account. Ah, okay. So the problem with CTF Learn is that sometimes the web server is not very dependable, but that's okay because we're we're kind of finished using the website for today. Okay. So this is we're going to illustrate this by, okay, so if we have C over here, the ciphertext, and we could guess at part of the value of A. So we think that if we've got C and we think we might know part of what A might be, then we could probably work with that information to try to figure out what the key is over here. Then we could get partial insight to the value of B, especially if the length of B is shorter than A. So this is what we're going to do, just so that we can get a little idea of how we can apply this. We're going to be using a script from the HackerFrogs website. Just a second. So this is the script over here. I'm just going to paste in the link. So this is a little script I created. It's called frogxor.py. So this is a Python script, and what we can do is we can solve this using picoctf, because picoctf has a web shell that we can use. What I want you to do is I want you to log into picoctf, and then after you've logged in, I want you to click on the web shell button. So I'll teach you how to open up the web shell, and the web shell is a very useful thing for solving these CTF challenges. So after you've logged into picoctf, click on the practice page, which is over here, and then scroll down a little bit. After you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see the web shell button on the right-hand side of the screen. Go ahead and click on that. Okay, so after you click on the web shell screen, it will show you this output over here, and then you can start using the web shell. So the problem with this web shell is that it's small, and we don't want to strain our eyes by looking at this small print. What we want to do is we want to make the web shell big. And to make the web shell big, we can click on this button that's beside the help button to the right. It looks like a box with an arrow pointing out, and it's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So go ahead and click on that button, and then the web shell will appear in full screen in its own browser tab. Okay, so if you manage to open up the web shell in its own browser tab like this, let us know in the chat by typing in web shell is big smiley face. And if you're having any problems opening up the web shell on picoctf, let us know, and we'll try to help you out and get you unstuck. Nullsec says, don't tell me what to do. I'm not here to tell you what to do. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. Okay, so Sigma says web shell is big. Great. Okay, so from here we're going to clear the screen. So you can just type in the word clear to clear the screen, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a file called frogxor.py. So just type in nano space frogxor.py, and this is going to create a Python script with the nano text editor. So after you do that, hit enter, and then we're going to grab the code from the script on the HackerFrogs page. So over here, and I'll leave the link for this GitHub page in the chat. What you want to do is you want to copy the contents of the script. And you can do so from this button over here. There's a button that looks like two squares on top of each other, and it's labeled copy raw file. Go ahead and click on that, and that's going to copy all of the contents of the script over here. Okay, after that, you're going to go over to your web shell, and in your web shell, you're going to paste in the contents of the script. So right click, paste, and that's going to paste in the contents of the frogzor.py script. So before we save this file and we run it, let's just talk about what's happening inside the script. So in the script, the first thing we do is we import some modules. So we're going to import the XOR module from the pwn script here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set some message over here. So the message bytes over here is going to be frog CTF zor sum zor all, and this is the message we want to encrypt using XOR. So the message is this. We're going to encrypt it using this key right here. So the key we're going to be using to XOR with this message is going to be HackerFrog. So after that, we're going to define the cipher over here. Sorry, the cipher text. It's going to be these two XORed together. So it's going to be XOR the message byte with the key bytes. And then we're going to turn the cipher bytes into hex, and we're going to print out a message. The cipher text hex string is this thing over here. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Nice to see you, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so over here in the notes, we see if we know the partial content of the plain text, and we know the cipher text, we can determine what the key is. So we've got our partial plain text. So the partial plain text is going to be frog CTF. And if we're doing a CTF challenge, we usually know what the prefix for the flag is. So for Pico CTF, it's going to be Pico in lowercase letters and CTF in uppercase letters. And we can guess this. So we know that this is for this CTF, all of the flags start with frog CTF. And so that's the partial plain text we can use to determine the key, which is this right here. We're going to print out the XOR of the cipher bytes and the partial plain text to try to figure out what the initial key was. So we actually know what the key is, but we're going to pretend that we don't in this exercise. Anyways, let's go ahead and save this file. So Control X to save the file. Type 1 for save, and then hit enter to save the file. So after that, we're going to run the frog XOR.py file. So it's just going to be Python frog XOR.py. Okay, and we see that the ciphertext hex string is this. So we got the ciphertext hex string. When we XOR this together with what we suspect is the partial plaintext, which would be frog CTF something something, we actually get the key. Because remember, if you have A, the plaintext, well, partial plaintext, and you have C, the ciphertext, if you XOR those two together, you should get B, which is the key. So in this case, HackerFrog is the key. So what we can do is we can reverse this by supplying the key that we got by supplying the partial plaintext. So we're just going to go back into the frogzor.py script, and we're going to replace the partial plaintext with the ciphertext. Well, so sorry, we're going to replace that with the key. And we know that the key is HackerFrog because we leaked it out by XORing the partial plaintext with the cipher bytes. So we can go ahead and save this out after we change the partial plain text to HackerFrog. We're going to save this, and then we're going to run this again. So it's Python frog xor.py, and then we get the original plain text message again. So the plain text message is going to be frog CTF xor sum xor all. So we're going to use this as the basis for understanding how to solve the next challenge over at CryptoHack. And the CryptoHack challenge we're going to do is this one over here. So I'll just provide the link. So remember, we know that for this particular website, all of the flags are going to start with crypto and the curly brace over here. Just a second. Okay, so what's going on in the challenge here? So the challenge is called "You either know XOR you don't." I've encrypted the flag with my secret key. You'll never be able to guess it. Okay, it says remember the flag format and how it might help in the challenge. So what we're given in this challenge is we're given the hexadecimal string for the challenge. So this is all we have here. So what we need to do is we need to XOR this with what we think might be in the plain text. And we think that the plain text might include this, crypto. And what we're going to do is we're just going to we're going to create a new script to try to decipher this. Okay, so over at the GitHub, this is the second challenge. Challenge 2, CryptoHack, you either know it XOR you don't. And we've got our code over here. So we'll talk about what's going on in the code when we write the code. What I want you to do right now is I will grab the link just so you can access it yourself. Go down to challenge number 2 and then go over to step number 2. So copy the code, which you can do by clicking on this button over here. And we're going to be creating a new file in Nano called no_xor_don't.py. So Friendly Creative Seal says Python. Yeah, we're going to be working with some Python. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to the web shell. In the web shell, we're going to nano, let's see, no_xor_don't.py. So that's going to create a file called this. We're going to paste in all the code that we copied from the GitHub page. And before we save out this file, let's just talk about what this is doing. So we're going to import the XOR function from the pwn module over here, and that's on the first line. So on the third line here, we've got encrypted bytes. So the encrypted bytes are the bytes that we get from the challenge. So the challenge has these encrypted bytes, and this is what we're defining over here. We just need to make sure that we put these bytes between some single quotes or double quotes, because otherwise there's going to be something bad that happens. We do bytes.fromHex, so we take this hex here and we turn it into bytes. And then we've got our key bytes. So for our key, we suspect that the original plain text is crypto and then the open bracket over here, because all of the other challenges, the flag will have crypto open bracket as the beginning of it. And then we're going to print this out. We're going to print out the XOR of the encrypted bytes with the key bytes, and we're going to decode that into ASCII. And then we're going to, hopefully, we're going to see what the key bytes are. So we're going to save the file. So Control X, press Y, press Enter to save the file. And we're going to run with Python no_xor_don't.py. So Python space no_xor_don't.py. And we're going to get this. So judging from our output here, what do you think might be the key that was used to XOR this ciphertext? What do you think the key might be? If you know, type it in the chat. I'll give you about a minute or so. Sigma says my XOR key. My XOR key. Yeah, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good guess. Let's see. Volcano sees. I see the dollar sign in every line. The dollar sign. Right. So this is well, I mean this is a prompt. We don't need to really pay attention to this. This stuff right here is not something we need to pay attention to. But we see here something that might be a secret key. So my XOR key. The problem is that for some reason they've got this extra plus sign over here, but we can kind of ignore that one. In fact, if we suspect that it is this exactly, we could copy this and provide this as the key, and this is how we would do it. So we're just going to copy this exact thing. Then we're going to go back into Nano to edit the Python script again. So the Python script for the key bytes, we're going to replace crypto here with what we got. So my XOR key. I think it might be okay. In fact, we need to leave the plus sign out here, but we're just going to try it with the plus sign just to see what happens. We're going to save this out, and then we're going to run the script again. So Python no XOR don't.py, and that did not work. Didn't work at all. Okay, so I guess it really didn't like that we put in the extra character there. Okay, so we're just gonna edit this again. We're gonna leave out the plus sign. So it's just gonna be my XOR key. Big task at hand. Hello, is this live? This is live, yeah. So if you want to ask any questions or if you want to follow along, you can go ahead and do so. DPNM on YouTube says, yo, bro, hello, nice to see you here. And Game Boy says something that might be a ciphertext or a key, who knows. Okay, so edit the key byte so it just says my XOR key like this, and we're going to save this out. After that, we're going to run Python on no XOR don't.py, and then we get the flag. So the flag is crypto. If you know enough, you know it all. If you know enough, you know it all. So if you can guess at the Big Task in Hand says, can I say happy Friday? Yeah, you can say happy Friday. TGIF, everybody. Tech Oraimo says, yo, nice to see you here, Tech Oraimo. And let's go ahead and submit this flag over here. So it's going to be crypto. If you know enough, you know it all. I'll just provide it to everybody in chat for those people who want to play along at home. Okay, so everybody, this is it. Nullsec says, so if you understand XOR at a binary level, did you explain how it's working with ASCII? I think we explained how it's working with ASCII in the previous session, and we talked about how if we want to work with ASCII when we're doing XOR, we need to convert the binary number into the ASCII equivalent. So we would do something like this. Let's see, binary to ASCII. So when we do binary to ASCII, for example, we've got some, let's see, we're going to do ASCII to binary, this one. Okay, so if we do the letter A and we convert it into ASCII, this is the result over here. So when we do XOR, we need to XOR each one of the ASCII letters by whatever is we're going to be XORing it by. And then we need to convert it back into ASCII characters afterwards. So it's a lot of conversion back and forth. And Tekarimo says, "Bro, how can I start CTF challenges and become a CTF player?" Yeah, Tekarimo, let me give you a playlist that'll help you get started. So Pico CTF is probably the best place to start learning about CTF challenges. And I've got a playlist over here that covers a bunch of Pico CTF challenges. So I'll just leave it in the chat. And you can take a look at it. And if you start working through those, you should be able to get yourself on your feet by solving those challenges. Okay, so what were we doing? Yeah, so we're going to submit our flag over here. So crypto, if you know enough, you know it all. Let's go back to the crypto hack page. And at the crypto hack page, we're going to paste in the flag. So we're just going to paste that in. We're going to submit it. And then we now level up. That's great. So everybody, this is over at the cryptohack.org website. If you don't have an account, you can make one by going to this link. Storm TW says, if we can't guess the XOR key from the result, is it logical to try fuzzing? I wouldn't say if we can't guess the XOR key from the result, is it logical to try fuzzing? Fuzzing, it might be able to get you a result, but there's going to be it's kind of overkill. You could try fuzzing and then try to filter the results by printable characters, but it's definitely not the optimal way to do it. DPNM says, I just started cybersecurity, not even installed any Linux, and I don't even know how to use the terminal. I'm still watching this for no reason. No reason. I wouldn't say no reason. So DPNM, try going to the YouTube playlist that I linked in chat, and it'll help you get started with Pico CTF, and you can get started with the Linux terminal from there. We teach you how to open up the Linux terminal, interact with it. So hopefully it'll help. Big Task at Hand says, currently teaching myself Python, so I've just finished learning about append and extend. Yeah, so those are methods that are going to help you out a lot. And we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And we're going to put on some birds, because during our little breaks, we like to put on some birds so that nobody misses out on anything. So please enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. DPNM says, can you help me? I'm just a complete beginner, so tell me where I should start and earn millions of dollars and find 0 days. Yeah, we'll try out the YouTube playlist over there and get started with Pico CTF. It's a pretty good place to start if you don't know how to if you don't know some basics like opening up the Linux terminal and typing in some commands. Gameboy says Noah's Ark 2 birds. Maybe that's very biblical. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's keep on going. And we're going to be talking about a new concept now. So the new concept we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about the OTP cipher. So OTP stands for one-time pad, and this is a quote-unquote secure cipher. It involves a plain text and a secret key. So if you take a look at the concept of the OTP cipher, it's actually very, very similar to the XOR operation. Because in the OTP cipher, if we've got the plain text A, and that's going to be secret, and we've got the key, which we'll call B, which is the word hacker, then we get the ciphertext, and in this case, it's going to be these letters over here. So when we use the OTP cipher, there's usually a list sorry, what was it? What would we call it? A chart. A chart with a bunch of letters that we can use for decryption and encryption and decryption. So let's go ahead and go over to, okay. Before we do that, let's talk a little bit more about the OTP cipher. I kind of forget how the slides go sometimes, but yeah. So when we use the OTP cipher, encryption requires that each letter of the plaintext is going to be combined with its corresponding secret key letter through modular addition. So, for example, when we encrypt the letter S with the key H, we get the letter P. If we encrypt the letter E with the letter A, we get the letter W, etc., until we've encrypted the entire thing. But who just followed? So XR has just followed on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a look here. So OTP cipher has some similar rules to the XOR operation, since A XOR B equals C and C XOR B equals A, etc. And in this system here, the OTP cipher, if you combine the ciphertext with the key, you will get back the plain text, which is very similar to the XOR operation. So CFG says, is this kind of like the Caesar cipher? It's a little bit like the Vigenère cipher, but it's not like the Caesar cipher. Complete says, why did I pick such a common word as my name? Well, Complete, you can change your name if you want to. Nobody's preventing you. Pico CTF. So we're going to be learning about the OTP cipher by working through a challenge over at Pico CTF. So the challenge is going to be challenge number 43. Let me go ahead and grab the link for that. Okay, here you go. All right, so we're just going to go over to Pico CTF. We're going to search for easy one. Actually, I can probably just type in the challenge number here. The challenge number is 43. No, not that one. 43. Okay, so this is the challenge called Easy 1. So it says here that this is a medium challenge in the cryptography category from the Pico CTF 2019 event. The description here says, the one-time pad can be cryptographically secure, but not when you know the key. Can you solve this? So we've given you the encrypted flag and a key and a table to help. We've got this ciphertext here, and the key is going to be solve crypto. So can you use this table to solve it? Okay. Volcano, I see your message and I understand. So no problem. Hopefully your sisters can catch up later. Okay, so what can we do with the table over here? We can download the table, and when we download the table, we can open it up, and it's just it's a table that looks like this. So this table here is a table that we can use to encrypt and decrypt messages using the OTP cipher. So let's go ahead and let me resize this a little bit. Yeah, okay. And let's see if we can decrypt a message. So we've got the encrypted message here, and we've got the key solve crypto. Let me go ahead and create resize some of these windows over here. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Let me see if I can get this done. Okay, okay. All right, so what are we doing here? Let me get this off the screen, and let's talk about our ciphertext and our key. So this is a ciphertext here, right? Let me label it. So this is a ciphertext, and the key is going to be solve crypto. Achu says, "What's up, Shy Hat? Hello, nice to see you here, Achu. We're just doing a lesson on cryptography. We're taking a look at the OTP cipher." DPNM says, "Can you tell me how to hack my neighbor's Wi-Fi?" We don't teach people how to hack people's Wi-Fi, especially Uh, especially, if it's not legal. We don't do anything illegal over here. Sorry about that. Dagger RB says, I'm not smart enough for this. I think you are smart enough for this. So what we're doing is we're basically doing a little lookup on this table over here. So let me illustrate. Let me go ahead and make this a little smaller. So yeah, you are absolutely smart enough to do this. You just need to be taught how to do it. That's all. Complete says it's easy. Just take an axe to their Wi-Fi router. Yeah, if you destroy the Wi-Fi router, that's hacking. That's a lot of hacking right there. So what can we do here? So we're going to be figuring out what the plain text is. So we're going to do this one letter at a time. And if we know that the ciphertext is U and we know that the key is S, we just need to look up on this table which one of these letters intersect. And so we can do this for the first pair over here, so the ciphertext U and the key S. And if we just need to look up the key on this in this column over here. So the key is S, so we find the letter S, and then we're going to go over to the letter U. So the letter U is over here. So S is the key. We go over to the letter U, which is the ciphertext, and then we go up. We go up and we find the letter that is at the top, and the letter at the top is C. So the letter is C for the first one, and then we do the same thing with the letter O and the letter F. So we got the letter O. We're going to go over to here until we find the letter F, and then we're going to go up. When we go up, we see that the letter is the letter R. So the next letter is the letter R. This next one is going to be the letter L. Dagger RB says, how do you connect a brute force attack? You start off by hacking every device you have, and then you get to Wi-Fi. So we might talk about Wi-Fi later on. I myself haven't taught myself how to do Wi-Fi hacking, but it's on my list of things to teach myself how to do. Okay, so what are we doing? The letter L and the letter J. So we got the letter L. We're going to move over to the letter J, and then we're going to move up, and it's the letter Y. So the next letter is the letter Y, and then we've got the letter V and the letter K. We got the letter V. We're going to move over to the letter K, and then we're going to go all the way up. That's the letter P. So that's the letter P. The next letter is the letter E and the letter X. So E, move over to X, and that's the letter T. T, let's see, C and Q. So C, move over to the letter Q. That's the letter O. We've got R and the letter Z. So R is over here. Z is over here. Then move up. That's the letter I. Game Boy, you've got it correct, but I'm just doing this manually just to show everybody how it's done. Let's see. XR says, wait. I see what I was doing wrong. Okay. Let's see. So the next one is going to be the letter Y and the letter Q. So the letter Y is, where's the letter Y? The letter Y is here, and the letter Q is here. We move up. IS. Okay. So just to spoil you, the plain text in this case is crypto is fun. So crypto is fun is the key, but we need to wrap this up in the Pico CTF flag prefix. So the flag prefix is like this. I'm just going to copy this and I'll give it to everybody so that you can solve the challenge. Okay, so let's see. Complete says, wait a second, are we going to write a Python script to do this for us in a moment? I think this one might be, we could do a Python script, but the Python script is going to be very, it's a bit too complicated to explain easily. So we're going to skip the Python script for this exercise. But if you want to, you can look up OTP Python script, and you can probably find a few examples. But let's go ahead and submit this to the Pico CTF challenge here. So it's Pico CTF crypto is fun. Submit that flag, and then you're finished. So we could also do this another way, and we could do this with a website. So website, we can punch in OTP encryption, and we can find this website right here. It's Box-in-Trick, and this will help us to decipher and encode, decipher and encipher, I guess that's the word, using the OTP cipher. Anyways, let me grab the link, and I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. DaggerRB says, gotta go. No problem if you gotta go. We'll see you next time. And have a great Friday. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got one-time pad, we've got encrypt, and we've got encryption key. And all we need to do is we just need to put in the ciphertext, and then we need to put in the encryption key, and it should decrypt it for us. So we're just going to go back to the challenge. Hold on, let me... So okay, so in the challenge we see that this is the ciphertext. Copy that, then go over to the website, copy in the ciphertext, and then we need to put in the encryption key. So the encryption key is solve crypto, and we see that the result is going to be crypto is fun. So this does this for us automatically, so that's great. DPNM says, I'm definitely going to be an elite hacker after watching this. At least able to impress kids by opening the terminal. If you can open the terminal, then you are a master hacker, of course. Yeah, but yeah, if you're doing something in the terminal, of course that's hacking, right? Anyways, so we get the result. Crypto is fun, and so this is an easy way to do one-time pad encryption and decryption if you have the correct key. So this is that was all to illustrate how the OTP cipher is kind of like the XOR encryption. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a little summary of what we learned today, and then we'll close out the class. Zen says, do you use proxy chains on Firefox for searching safely? Let's see. Most of the time, I'm not a super privacy obsessed person, so I mostly just browse unencrypted. But if you're paranoid about that stuff, you could either use the Brave browser, and the Brave browser is a a privacy focused web browser, and you also don't get ads when you when you use the Brave browser, which makes it a popular choice. But if you want to search up how to search without giving away your information, that's definitely something you might want to do a little bit of research on. It's not something I really paid too much attention to. Tales, tour, and more says complete. But Zen, thank you very much for coming by to chat. Okay, what did we learn today? So we learned about solving XOR with partial data. So if we have C, the ciphertext, and then we can guess at the partial value of A, which is the plain text, we could get partial insight to the value of B, especially if the length of B is shorter than A. So when we do XOR as a means of cryptography, we need to make sure that the key is at least as long as the plain text. Otherwise, it could be vulnerable to guessing or to some sort of brute force attack. So the OTP cipher has some similar rules to the XOR operation, since A XOR B equals C and C XOR B equals A. So this is the same thing in the OTP cipher. If you've got the plain text and then you've got the key, you get the ciphertext. And if you got the ciphertext and you got the key, then you can get the plain text. So what's next? So the next HackerFrogs After School Cryptography Workshop, it's going to be the last session we do for cryptography, but we're going to be covering a very well-known modern cryptography system, which is the RSA system. We're going to try to keep the math to a minimum because I understand how advanced math can make some people's brains melt. It does, it certainly makes my brain melt. But anyways, until next time, so we're just going to stop this portion of the stream. We're not going to end the stream completely. We'll be back in a few minutes. I just need to close out the class with the people who are learning on Zoom, and then we'll be back and we're going to be talking about writing Python scripts for CTF challenges. Anyways, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes. Please enjoy the Be Right Back screen, and I'm going to play some music for you as well. Okay, everybody, we're back. What did I miss? Let's see. Complete says, I appreciate how professionally you present the material. I try my best. I didn't go to school for teaching, but I'm here and I'm trying. Gameboy says, I teach very well. Thank you very much for the compliment. Let's see. XR says, I'm generally happy that I stumbled across this channel. This is quite literally the content I've been looking for. GX00, hi back. You missed me. Sorry that I missed you, but you're here now, GX000. Nice to see you here. And you know what? We haven't done a Hack the Planet in a while, so hack the planet, everybody.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Oh, you know what? I wanted to show off something new that I added to the channel as well. we got slots on we have slots on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, you can type in the exclamation point slots and then the number of HackerFrog bytes that you want to bet. So for example, you can type in exclamation slots 100 and then bet 100 slots to see if you can win some currency. Amir Karaman says, "What are you doing, bro? Tell me." So we're just trying to. We're moving on to the next part of the stream now. So if you're wondering what the schedule is going to be like for these streams, let me go ahead and illustrate this to you. So we've got a Reddit over at our HackerFrogs, and on the stream, GX00 says, "How long have you been streaming? I thought you normally start at 4 p.m. PST." These days I'm starting at 3 p.m. PST because I've got a class that I teach at 3 p.m. But this is the week 22 schedule. What are we doing today? So this is Friday. Thank you very much, Incomplete Noob. It's now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so let's see. We're doing Python for CTF solving. So we're doing the Temperance Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. So let's go ahead and go over there. And you know what? I need to close some of these tabs because they're kind of bothering me. I hate having too many tabs open. It's a big pain in the butt. Okay, and let's go ahead and go over to, and thank you very much, the Cosarino. Thank you. Don't gamble away all of your money now. Anyways, where are we going to? hackmyvm.eu. So hackmyvm.eu. If you don't have an account over here, you can make one for free, and we're going to be working on. I see you're all having fun with the slots. I don't know. I've never really used it before, so you guys are going to be a great test case. So we're going to be doing some labs over at HackMyVM, and these are the Temperance Labs. So Temperance is basically a CTF game where you have to use some programming knowledge to get some flags. So let me illustrate what exactly is going on here. So after you've logged in, it's not working anymore. You know what? Let me test it out. Okay, I think what you need to do is you need to see how many points you have. So I think you can do exclamation point points, and it'll tell you how many hacker bytes you have. I think you need to have a positive number of hacker bytes in order to play the game. M Salah, hello, nice to see you here. And so how do we solve these levels? I think we got to level number 8 last time. I need to check. So in these games, what we need to do is we need to write a little script or write a little program to get the information and to send the correct information to the server. Go ahead and let's see, walkthroughs. This is going to be for HackMyVM. This is the HMV Labs. This is Temperance. And I think we stopped at level number 7 over here. So this is the current script we're working with. So I'll just, to anybody who's curious, these are the scripts we're working with. Did you? No, it's not a Twitch point thing. It's a Streamlabs thing. Lost everything. You know what? If you keep on watching, you'll get more hacker bytes. So you just need to wait for a little bit. Amir Karaman says, I'm a sophomore in computer engineering and also do a double major in industrial engineering, but I don't really understand what you're doing. I guess I have a long way to go. What would you suggest? So we're going to be doing some Python scripting now to figure out how to solve some of these levels for the CTF challenge. So we're going to be working with the script for level number 7, and we're going to be adjusting it to do the 8th level of this game. So just a second, everybody. I need to start creating these scripts. So we're just going to create a script that's going to be level x07.py. Actually, we're going to call it x0. We're going to call it number level 8. We're going to use the script we used previously to solve the next challenge. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let me go ahead and copy the code. Copy raw file. Paste in the script. So the script is basically going to be communicating to a certain server. And the main module we're using in Python for these is going to be the socket module. So when we use the socket module, we can communicate to a network server on a random port, and we need to provide a host and a port to run the socket module functions. So in this case, it's going to be temperance.hackmyvm.eu. It's going to be port 9988. And the first thing we do is we create a socket object with the socket module here with this command socket.socket socket.af socket.sockstream as s. This means that we're going to create a socket object, and we're just going to name it s. That's going to make it very easy for us to refer to the object in the future. And the next thing we do is we connect to the server. So we connect to the server by doing s.connect on the host and the port, which is defined up here. And then we need to print out the data that we receive. So we print out receiving intro, and then we set up a data variable, which is going to be receiving some bytes. And then we print that data out. The next thing we need to do is we need to take a break, because we're taking a break on Twitch right now. So we're going to take a break on YouTube as well. And you guys are gambling up a storm. And I guess I'll let you have your fun, and we're just going to have a little water break. So while the water break is going on, I'll just put on some birds, and we'll be back in about a minute. Okay, thank you very much for following Meanhog. Meanhog, thank you very much, and let us give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat for your troubles? The Casarino says, "Oh my god, I didn't realize I was the 1000th follower on Twitch. Congratulations!" And GX00, thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. You know what? Everybody, how about we have a little war games to celebrate the 1000th follower on Twitch. Here you go. Oh, is it not?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey, GX000, did you do a presentation at the cybersecurity meetup last night? I think I saw something to that effect on your LinkedIn. Yeah, okay. What was the topic of the talk? Yeah, I missed it. I had to do some other stuff online, unfortunately. but I'll definitely be at the next meetup. Oh, voice over IP security. Yeah, that seems like, I mean, is it a very complicated topic, or is there a lot of stuff to know? Probably. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to select level 8, because that's the level that we're on inside of the game. So we're just going to select level 8, we're going to send some bytes over here. So it's pretty easy to understand. When we want to receive some bytes, we use the receive function here, and when we want to send some bytes, we use the send function. So this is how we use the socket module. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to receive the challenge from the server. So before we keep on going, let's go ahead and figure out what we need to do in this level. This is going to be level number 8. Thank you very much for following TTT Vorno. TTT Vorno, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Okay, this is going to be level number 8. And what do we got? Incomplete Noob has gifted a sub, tier 1 sub to the Casarina. Wow. Very generous, the Incomplete Noob. The Incomplete Noob. Yeah, I need to watch myself when I pronounce some of these names. But anyways, thank you very much. That was very generous. And thank you very much to GX000 for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Have one of these. Oh, what should we do? How about all the things? So, drink all the booze and hack all the things. So, to anybody who doesn't know, that is from a very, very famous hacker rap, which is called Drink All the Booze and Hack All the Things. If you look at it on YouTube, it's a really great song. Okay, so what do we got in chat? Let's see, Happy 1000. Thank you very much. I'm trying to add to the number of followers on Twitch, because I want everybody to know about the hacking fun over here. GX00 says, how about a bud frog? That's on the list of things that we're going to add. Emmer says, would it be better to watch on Twitch or YouTube for better support? Watch on whichever platform you prefer, whichever one that you like. But you know, we have slots on Twitch, so if you want to play some slots, you can come down to Twitch. Yasin says something I don't know how to read. Let us know what language that is. But please keep your messages in English if possible. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're doing for this level. So this is level number 8, and it says that in this mission you'll receive 2 numbers, and you must return the result of adding both. So we'll receive 2 numbers here, and then we need to add those together, and we need to send back the result of those numbers. So, oh, Turkish. Okay. No worries. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go ahead and... Oh, you know, here's a funny thing. I did some pen testing on a Turkish version of Windows once, and if you want to find out what happened with the Turkish version of Windows, you can go over to this video. I don't remember what it was called. Let me look that up really quick. I think it was on... Was it on Hack My VM? I think it might have been on Hack My VM as one of the Windows machines. Hold on. Let me look. I shouldn't be looking this up right now, but I just want to... I think it might have been run as. Over here. I need to let me check real quick. So YouTube, my YouTube channel here, and then look up the run as machine. Ah, over here, okay. So let's see if... Darn these ads. Okay, let's see if this is the correct one. Looks like... Oh, wait. Oh, thank you very much. Mauricio Fernandez on YouTube. Oh no, this isn't the one. Anyways, sorry, I shouldn't get too distracted. Okay, let's go back to the challenge. So the challenge here, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to add two numbers together. So we're going to receive two numbers from the server. We need to add those numbers together, and we need to send it back to the server. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go over to our code, and in the code, it's over here. So the first thing we want to do when we want to solve this challenge is we want to just receive the challenge first. We're expecting to receive two numbers, and let's go ahead and comment out everything that comes afterwards in the script. So hold on. I'm gonna have to set up a little environment to do this coding. Let me go ahead and create two different windows. Okay, so we'll have one window to actually run the code, and we'll have another window to write the code. Okay, so we got our two windows. Let me go ahead and adjust it a little bit. All right, and let's... Game Boy. Game Boy is ahead of the game. Yeah, so challenge received these numbers. Ah, okay, you've already solved the challenge. Wow. You can go ahead and go to the next levels if you want, Game Boy. It seems like you really have some coding ability. Okay, so we got our code over here, and we're going to be running the code in the other window here. So in this other window, we're going to run the level 8 script, and we receive these two bytes over here. So the bytes are going to be the numbers 23 and 28. The next thing we need to do is we need to convert these into strings. And after that, what would be the best way to do this? Okay, let me make my text a little bit smaller so we can fit more on here. Okay. And I think what we need to do from here is we need to convert the hex bytes into a string. So maybe we can convert the hex bytes into a string. We're going to take the data string, and then we're going to decode it into UTF-8. And this is the hex converted into a string. I think we can keep all of this. And then after that, we're going to have to convert the hex string into ASCII. I don't know if we need to do that or not. Who knows CS? Who knows CS is just subscribed on YouTube? Thank you very much. MC25 says, you seen those MMA robots? MMA robots? I have not seen MMA robots before. But MC25, what do these MMA robots do? Do they destroy each other? Is it like Robot Wars? Sigma says, gotta head out for today prepping for a CTF. Wow. I'll be looking through the after school stuff. Might hop on back in later though. Yeah, well, good luck preparing for the CTF. Yashin says, try to learn as much as you can for your classes at uni, connect with the professors and enroll in their labs, if there are any. It's nice that you have hobbies. Go on being curious and eager to learn. MC25s, they fight. MMA robots. I hope... Well, I mean, these could be used as development for weapons of war or something, maybe. Hard to say, hard to say. Okay, so what are we talking about? Meanhawk says, do you have to make a Python script to make the conversions? Do you have to make a Python script to do the conversions? I think you could probably do this faster if you weren't working with Python. It might be faster working with C, for example. But we're going to illustrate how to solve these using Python because, well, Python is the most popular language in the world. So what do we need to do here? We need to add these two numbers. So we need to we need to separate these numbers, and we need to... So the first thing we need to do is we need to convert it into a string. So we do that over here. And then I think from there, let's save this out. Let's run the script again. So this is the hex converted into a string. We've got 56. Okay, sure. That's great. The next thing we want to do is we want to turn this into a list. If we turn this into a list, then we can grab these two integers individually. So convert the string into a list. So we can do this with what Python function turns a string into a list? So string to list Python. This is the list. Okay, so this is a function called list. Great. Okay, let's go ahead and use that. So we're going to call this data list. It's going to be equal to data string or list on data string. And then we'll print out this is the string converted to a list. And we're going to call this data list. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see if this works. Sorry, let's catch up with chat. And Cipher Enigma, hello, nice to see you. Cyberchef.io. I mean, we're trying to do a Python script to complete the challenge. Yashin says, Emir is a fellow CS student and asked for some advice. We kind of happen to occupy your chat. No worries, no worries. You can chat in here. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll try not to interrupt your conversation, but I'll occasionally read out the chat. So just be aware of that. Okay, let's save this out and then let's run the script one more time. Okay, so this is the string converted to a list. Unfortunately, it took everything, and I guess what we need to do is we need to specify that we want to separate on the space. So how can we... I guess we would do something like this. Let's see if this works or not. I'm just guessing that this is how we use it, but this might not be the case. I think this is going to error out. Right, okay. Let's go ahead and... so string to list Python, separate by space. Okay, so you can use the split method. This method, when called without any arguments, will automatically split the string at each character and return a list. So we don't want the list. We don't want the list function. We want the split method. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is dot split. Okay, let's try this. All right, get out of here, run it again. Okay, so this is the string converted to a list. So we've got two numbers here. Great. The next thing we need to do is we need to separate these two into and convert them into integers. Actually, are these integers already, or are these strings? I'm guessing that we can find out really easily. Just for, let's see. So we're gonna print type, and it would be data list element number 0. Okay. Whoops. Let's find out if these are integers or strings. So these are strings. So we need to convert them into integers before we can run our mathematical operations on them. So let's see. Convert list object to integer. I guess we should put Python on the end of that. Okay, converting a list object to an integer in Python requires careful consideration of the list contents of the desired. Converting a list to an integer in Python, exploring methods. Okay. Convert all strings in an integer list to integers. How do we do this? So if anybody in chat knows, you can let us know here as well. So how do we convert these integers? Okay, so use map and then list to obtain a list of integers. List map integer. What? Gameboy says, what do you want? We want to take the stuff in the list over here, and we want to return them as integers instead of strings. Is there an easy way to do this? Converting all strings in a list to integers Python. So this is an article here. Let's take a look. Using map. So the map function applies a given function to all elements in an iterable. So we can use map int a to convert each string in the list to an integer. Okay. List map int a. So let me see if this works. Okay, let's go in here. And I guess this is the next section. The next section is convert the list contents to integers. So I guess we're going to call this one list integers. And we're going to do this as the list function. So list into map. So the list function into the map function, integers, and we need to supply the list. So it's going to be data list. Meanhog says int list equals int item for item in my list. You know what? That might work. Let me try that out. Let me try that out. So that was what? So int list equals in I for I in list. I guess it would be data list. And then we would do print type for int lists index 0. And I guess we will comment this out. So we don't need to comment it out. We can just do this. Okay, so write this out. Okay, we got integers. Yeah, that works. Thank you, Meanhawk. What do we got? Oh, Aaron has gifted a sub to Sigma. Sigma, hey. Thank you very much, Aaron. And Meanhawk, thank you. Thank you very much for the advice for converting things into integers. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet? An oldie but a goodie.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so now that we've got we got integers now. So let's just okay, so we'll get rid of this. And then we're going to print out a message. And the message is going to be, this is the list items converted to integers. And we'll print that out. So that's int lists. Yeah, okay. So we've got to do a couple of things before we send the challenge back. The next thing we need to do is we need to do the addition operations. So how do we do that? So add the two numbers and save the result as a variable. Okay, so we're going to do, what is this going to be? So addition is going to be, we'll just call this two numbers added. So two numbers added is going to be equal to int lists index 0 plus int list index 1. And I guess we're going to print this out. Print f the two numbers added together is the two numbers, the result of, I guess, the result of the two numbers added together is two numbers added. Okay, so let's go ahead and write that out and then run the script again to see if we can get the addition to work. Okay, so we got the numbers, and the result of the new numbers added together is 36. So this is correct. All right, so all we need to do is we need to convert the result to bytes and then send it back. So how do we do that? It's going to be, hold on, let's scroll it up a bit. Okay, so convert the result to bytes. So let's see. Numbers, we're going to call this bytes, two numbers. And this is going to be equal to, do we need to convert this to, we can't directly convert an integer to bytes, can we? Let me see if, oh, I think for these challenges we need to send the ASCII first. So we need to convert this to a string first, and then convert the string to bytes, and then we have to, and then send it back. GradXT says, "Good evening." Hello, GradXT. Nice to see you here. Wow, we've got a lot of people here for coding stuff. Jeez. Let's give let's give everybody a Nyan cat, because we love this meme. Okay, so I think I remember some peculiarities about this challenge. We need to convert the integers to a string first, and then we have to we need to convert the string to bytes and then send that. That's how it works. So we need to convert the result to string. So let's see. We're going to call this string two numbers is going to be equal to it's going to be just str. So str two numbers added. Yeah, okay. And we're going to print out a message, printf, print. This is the result converted to string. And it's string two numbers. If you think that everything's a little bit too verbose, this is just the way I do my code. I like to make everything verbose so that I don't confuse myself, because I get very easily confused. I guess that's a me problem. But anyways, let's see if we can get our result converted to string. We're going to write this out, and then we're going to run the script again. Okay, so the result of the two numbers added together is 30. This is the result converted to string. This is 30. Okay, so all we need to do now is we need to convert the string to bytes. Okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch, so we'll run that one on YouTube. And let's see. GradXT says it's better than trying to read code with random single letters as variable names. I can't do that. But we're just going to take a little water break, and we're going to put on some birds. How about these birds? All right, we'll be back in just about a minute. I just need to take a little water break. Vats says, I was the guy asking about Ghidra. Oh, were you the person from the CTF workshop? I think were you the person working from the CTF workshop, or was I thinking of another person? Okay, great, nice to see you here. We're just doing some coding exercises over here. If we can figure out how to do coding exercises, we can write little Python scripts, and we can solve CTF challenges using Python scripts. Sometimes it is required because there's some challenges that are timed, and they ask you to send input and output very quickly. And this is where scripting can come in very handy. Anyways, let's put the birds away, and let's continue on with the string. Okay, so this is the result converted to a string. Next thing we need to do is we need to convert the string to bytes, and then we can send the bytes back and complete the challenge. So to convert the string to bytes, we need to do... We're going to call this bytes two numbers. And that's going to be equal to string two numbers dot... Is it encode or decode? Hold on, I need to look this up. So the first thing we did was we converted into a string, and when we converted into a string, we did decode. So to convert it back into bytes, we have to do encode. Okay, so two numbers dot encode. encode from UTF-8. And I guess we'll print a message. So the message is going to be, this is the result converted to bytes. And that's going to be bytes, 2 numbers. Okay, and let's go ahead and write that out, and we'll run the script again. Alright, awesome. So the last thing we need to do is we need to send the challenge back and then receive the flag, which is this part of the code. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll just unquote this. And we're sending the bytes 2 numbers. Okay, we'll write this out, and then we'll run the script one last time. Alright, we got it. We got the flag. Awesome, awesome. So, it was a pretty long process. So the first thing we did was we received in bytes a couple of numbers. We converted... Oh, this is not hex. Sorry, just to make me feel better, I'm going to change the message there. Okay, these are the numbers converted into a string. Okay, let me run it one more time. Okay, we received the 2 numbers. These are the numbers converted into a string, which are these. This is the string converted to a list. So we take the string, we turn it into a list, which has the 2 numbers. And then we take the list items and convert them to integers. So they start off as strings, we turn them into integers, and then we add them together. So the result of the 2 numbers added together is this. This is the result converted to a string. We need to turn the integer back into a string, and then we need to convert the string into bytes, and then we need to send those bytes, and then receive the flag in bytes. So we can go ahead and grab the flag here, and we can submit this as the answer. Ali says, big love and respect from Pakistan. Do you have any idea how can reverse engineer AES 256 CBC? That is a little bit beyond me. I'm not a person who works a lot with cryptography stuff, but I think, hold on, let me complete this challenge first, and then we'll talk a little bit. So over here, let's go ahead and submit the flag. Submit. And you have submitted this flag in the past. Yeah, so we have submitted in the past. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to level number 9. So let's see. Ali asks, how do you reverse engineer to AES 256 CBC? Let's go ahead and well, we can Google this first of all. So AES 256, let's see, reverse. Actually, we should probably mention that this is CBC. So block cipher. Okay, so let's see. So this is a secure method. Reversing it is to recover the original plaintext, and it requires a secret key and the proper decryption process. So I would assume that this is not. It's not possible if this was done securely, but if there was some sort of error in the encryption process, or if some of the variables were not secure, they were made too small, then you could probably get some sort of attack going with AES 256. So let's, as opposed to reverse, we could type in the word attack and see if we can see if there's something possible here. So it's susceptible to certain attacks. So it's very strong against brute force attacks, but yeah, so we can do something like a padding oracle attack in if we're talking about a block cipher. So padding oracle, and I think padding oracle attacks. Actually, I think there was a padding oracle attack example over at Pentest Labs. Pentester Lab. So yeah, so this one over here. So Ali, if you want to take a look at this exercise here, it might be able to help you out. So Dangalang says, do you know any tutorials or learning resources to learn CTF? So yeah, so I think the best place to start learning about CTF would be a place like PicoCTF. And if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can very easily make one. You can make one for free. And Dangalang, here you go. And I have a YouTube playlist going over CTF exercises from PicoCTF. So if you want to get started, I would recommend you take a look at the videos on the playlist. And if you can solve them without looking at the video for a solution, then that's probably the way to go. But if you start doing some of those exercises, you'll definitely get the hang of doing CTF exercises. So Ali says, Grout says, CBC is stronger than ECB. There are some challenges involving ECB, as the blocks are of the same plaintext are encrypted be the same bytes. Ali says they updated it multiple times in 2014. I have a crypto wallet from 2012. When it was early, I have a wallet with... Wow! You have a lot of Bitcoin, but you need to find a way to get access to that wallet. I am not able to help you out with that, but if I can help you out in any way, I'll try to. Let's see. GredXT says Hashcat has some hash modes for cryptocurrency wallets. Let's see. Dangalang says I'll binge watch those. Thank you. Yeah. Good luck. And Sylvia says, coming from Black Hat World, it's nice to see live discussions on these topics. Emir Karaman says, after watching what you've been doing for a while, I realized that the encoder and decoder operations they usually perform are things we used to do with circuit components, but it was really enjoyable to watch you in action. It's late here in Turkey right now. I have to sleep. Nan, I'll follow you more closely. Thank you. Nice to meet you again. I'm hoping one day we can join in when we reach the level where we can solve the challenges. Yeah, so Emir, welcome from Turkey. We appreciate all of our international viewers. I know it's very, very late in Europe and other places in the world, but come on by when you have some time, and hopefully we can do some learning together. Okay, so I don't think we have enough time to do the next level, but what we're going to do is we're going to copy the code over to our GitHub, because, well, we need to document everything that we do, because in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So let's go ahead and cat that out. We'll grab our script, and then we will... Well, actually, something bugs me here, because we didn't use bin ASCII, so I'm just going to get rid of that first. Okay, and then we're going to write that out. Thank you very much for following, Uncle Beppy. Eel Eater says, almost 2 a.m. here in Germany. There are other people from Germany who watch this channel as well, but if I see them in chat, I'll point them out. But Eel Eater, welcome to the stream, and hope you're having a good late night in Germany. It's already the weekend there, and let's see, Guten Abend. That's good evening in German, right? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that I remember my limited German. Okay, let's copy this, and then let's copy this over to the GitHub. So let's call this level 8. We already have a level 8 over here. So we're just going to replace the contents, because I think this should be a better version of what we wrote. Okay, paste it in, and let's save this. 2 a.m. is not evening. So what would you say if it was late night, like super late night in German to say hello? Guten Nacht? Guten Nacht, right? Nacht is night. Uncle Beppy says your channel is the most random find, and I appreciate it because I'm finishing creating an intro to Python programming. Intro to Python. Oh, you're finishing with the course Intro to Python Programming? But Uncle Beppy, welcome to the stream. Hey, nice to see you here. Let's go ahead and give you a video redeem. How about go to Hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
But yeah, if you Uncle Beppy, if you want to Guten Nacht, there was more applicable to wishing someone a good sleep, I would say. Well, I'm here to learn, and if you can teach me about German, that is a win-win for me. I think German's a very cool language. It sounds very cool, but I'd like to visit someday if I ever get the chance. But what are we doing? So I think what we're doing right now is we're finishing up with today's with this exercise here. And what are we doing next? So the next thing on the schedule is we're going to be taking a look at Windows reverse engineering. So Windows reversing, there's a very famous person called MalwareTech, and MalwareTech is the person who stopped the WannaCry virus, or the WannaCry ransomware. And they published a few reverse engineering labs. So you can find those over at malwaretech.com. So they've got some labs over here. I'll leave the link. And this is something pretty new to me because I do not know very much about reverse engineering. But hopefully we can learn about reverse engineering because we're going to be doing some of these exercises here. So let's see. We're just going to go in here. These are the easy labs. And what does it say here? It says text strings, or just strings for short, are pieces of human-readable text contained within a piece of code. Okay, so considering the following code. Alright, so they've got some examples over here. Let's do some reading. So printf hello world, the code calls the function printf with the text string hello world. This will result in the application outputting hello world. While the printf function call will be translated into machine code, the string will remain intact and will be stored somewhere within the application. Under normal circumstances, code is stored... Oh, hold on. I hope that music doesn't get me in trouble with YouTube. Sometimes when you play certain pieces of music on YouTube, it doesn't. The system doesn't like it. Let me play some safe music. Okay. Music was popping off. It's good music, but I'm not sure whether or not it's going to get me in trouble with YouTube. Got to pay attention to all these things. Okay. Thank you very much, FDS2G on YouTube for subscription. Thank you. Okay, what are we doing? So the code calls... Alright, so under normal circumstances, code is stored in the .text section, and the strings are stored in the .data or .rdata section. So this can be somewhat confusing, as the application's code is compiled to binary, and therefore is not text. By browsing sections like .data or .rdata, it's possible to see many of the text strings embedded within a normal application. Often these strings can give us clues as to what the application is doing. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Eel Eater, and you've just subscribed on with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Eel Eater. Thank you very much for the subscription with Twitch Prime, and let us give you a fun video redeem. How about I'm Root? There you go.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Thank you very much, E-Leader. Thank you. Or should I say Dankeschön? Thank you very much, E-Leader. Anyways, Incomplete Noob says, I don't usually pay attention until I receive the cease and desist notice. I'm trying to keep monetized on YouTube, so I need to pay attention to what is okay and not okay to play. E-Leader says, yep, I realized I had my Prime sub up for use. Yeah. If you have a Prime subscription on Twitch, you can subscribe to the channel to show a little bit of support. I appreciate everybody in chat, and I appreciate all the support I can get from the viewers. I knew totally fair. I'm just kidding, anyways. No worries, no worries. What are we doing here? So, most malware will attempt to conceal, encrypt, or obfuscate text strings to avoid making it too easy to write detection rules or reverse engineer the code. There are many different techniques by which this can be done, and these challenges will introduce you to just some of the many ways malware can conceal text. Can we read more? No, we can't read more. Okay, so we've got our first lab over here. So this is strings 1. I think we can download the executable. Music's a little loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Vertex. Vertex, is that how you pronounce that? You didn't say hi, that's very rude. Hello, Vertex. Nice to see you here. And sorry if I didn't say hi earlier. Sometimes I can't see the messages. Sometimes it's hard to read the messages, especially when there's a lot of them coming in. But welcome to the stream. Hey, why don't we give you a Hack the Planet? Wait, we'll give you... Oh gosh, there's so many of these. We'll give you a Jurassic Park. Welcome to the stream.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So if you remember that movie, they managed to use a Unix system to protect themselves from dinosaurs. So in the future, hopefully, we can use a Unix system to protect ourselves from rogue AI, or maybe the rogue AI will use the Unix system to attack us. Who knows? So okay, we got our first lab over here. We can so it says lab type static analysis, platform Windows 64-bit, difficulty 1. Hopefully, it's not too difficult. It says an introduction to working with regular text strings in portable executables, great for beginners who've never done reverse engineering before. So let's go ahead and download this. I think we can just click on it. Okay, so we've got another... Oh, so we've got more information about the lab. Okay. I love the Jurassic Park clip even more. Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun movie. Yeah, so this is Malware Tech, otherwise known as Marcus Hutchins, and this is the person who created the lab. They're the person who stopped WannaCry, and that was a really big deal back in, I think it was like 2017. When did it happen? WannaCry attack. Okay, so yeah, that was in the summer of 2017. That was such a long time ago. It's almost been 10 years. 2013? It does feel like it was a lot longer. Happened a lot longer ago than it actually did. But okay, so it says, please be sure to perform all analysis in a virtual machine. While these challenges are not real malware, some are designed to simulate malware and may trigger antivirus detections. So it's a good idea to get into the habit of not handling potentially malicious executables outside of a VM. So this is a static analysis challenge, which means you won't need to run the executable or perform any debugging. All aspects of this task can be completed using a disassembler or decompiler. So let's go ahead and download the challenge then. So we got home introduction. Oh, okay, so this is the same thing that we read before. Lab specifics. It says in the data segment of the portable executable, you'll find several thousand text strings, which look like flags, but only one of these is real. The correct flag is actually used by the executable, whereas the rest are not. Your job is to find the real flag by performing static analysis of the executable code. Recommendations, let's see. Anything within x86-64 CPU. So we can use VMware or VirtualBox. We can use Windows. And they're recommending we use IDA free, but in this case, we're going to use Ghidra because we're trying to figure out how to use Ghidra. ELeader says, don't hurt me mentally, please. I'll be 34 this year, and such things give me mental damage. I'm much older than you. I won't say exactly, but yeah, I was the right age to watch Jurassic Park in the movie theaters when it first came out. Just as a guess, as a hint. Mauricio Fernandez says, this is a silly question, but are you using a VM right now? Yeah, we're using a VM right now. So this is a Kali Linux VM, and Kali Linux is a very popular cybersecurity distribution of Linux. And we're not, well, we'll see if we really have to use a Windows environment to do these challenges. I'm hoping we can just get by using a program like Ghidra to investigate the executable. So disassembler can decompiler alternatives. So while these challenges can be completed with Ghidra, Binary Ninja, or any other disassembler or decompiler, I'm personally only familiar with IDA. As such, I can only offer limited help with the other products. Since IDA is the current industry standard for malware analysis, I recommend learning IDA even if you intend to use another disassembler or decompiler in your spare time. There's a VirtualBox bar. Yeah, it's over here. Okay, it's hidden now. All right. So let's go ahead and download this. So where do we download it? Oh, here we go. So here's the download link. So we're just going to download the darn thing. Okay, so let me download this in the okay, so this is in the download directory now. Let's move over there. Strings1.rar. So we can unrar this. I think, do we just use the unzip program, or is there a special program we need to use with rar? No? Okay. So what is the command? I haven't dealt with rar files in a little while, especially not on Linux. So Linux command line unrar. So it's unrar. Okay, so is that it? Okay, sure. Hold on. Let me close out one of these windows. Yeah, okay. So unrar. Oh, what happened there? So unrar command files path to extract. So do we need to specify the current directory? Unrar x. Oh, okay. So sure. So unrar x. So enter password. Oh, what is the password? Hold on. Rar password is malware tech labs. Okay, let's go ahead and provide that password. Okay, so we got strings1.exe. So that's going to be a portable something something, right? Where's the file? Here it is. So we can probably do some preliminary investigation. So this is going to be a P32 executable for x86-64 for MS Windows. It's got 5 sections. So, let's go ahead and investigate. Well, one thing that we might be tempted to do is just to run the strings command on this file. Okay, so we got a bunch of flags over here. There's only one that's going to be valid. I wonder how many lines are in here. It's probably a lot. So let's go ahead and do a word count. So there's 2,151 lines. And obviously we can't just guess. So we need to figure out what exactly is going on in the binary. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's fire up Ghidra. And hopefully everybody can see what's going on in Ghidra, because some of the text is a little bit small, but I've been working on making the text bigger. Okay, so hopefully this is big enough for everybody to see, and let's make a new project. Okay, so how do we... okay. Close this, and we're going to create a new project. New project. We're going to call this strings1. I guess we're going to call it malware tech strings1. Okay, and we can import some stuff from here. So we're going to import file, and this is in the downloads directory. Here we go. Okay, and I think we can just click on OK, and we got some information about this. So file name, we got some information about the processor, it's a little endian, and I think we can just press OK. Alright, so now that we've imported the file, I think we can open it up. Sorry, we've got ads on Twitch right now, so we'll do ads on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. So here's a bird. If you're a person from Europe, these might be birds that you've never seen before. If so, then I hope you enjoy. We're going to be taking a 1-minute break to have a little bit of water, but enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute. Okay, about half a minute more. E-Leader says, no ads for me, YouTube Premium. Congratulations. And let's see, Vertex says, ad blocker for me, no problem. You need to do what you need to do to enjoy videos to the fullest. But yeah, this is a Stellar's Jay. It is a fun little blue jay and crow related bird, and it loves peanuts. It'll grab the peanuts, it'll shake them around, and it'll go and hide the peanuts somewhere and collect them later. Let's put the birds away. Let's continue on with the hacking. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're just going to analyze this this executable by doing this function here. And I think we can... Okay, so we get this window here. Strings1 has not been analyzed. Would you like to analyze it now? Sure, we would like to analyze it. So we've gotten our analysis options. I don't know exactly what the difference is between all these options, so I'm just going to select... I'm just going to do whatever default options are here, and then I will click on Analyze. Okay, so... Uncle Beppy says, so it's the squirrels of the bird world. Maybe. I would say that a lot of birds like nuts. A lot of birds like peanuts in particular. Because peanuts are very, very efficient at packing in a lot of calories. and that's why all sorts of animals love peanuts. Okay, so what's going on here? So, so in the decompiler, I think we see the answer immediately here. I wonder if I can make this text bigger. Sorry, I just need to... I really want to make sure that the text is big enough for everybody to see. We got a font here, but I don't see any options for making the font bigger, unfortunately. Oh, we can change the size of the font. Okay, let's change this to something like 16. And hopefully that makes everything bigger. Yeah, that's much better. Actually, maybe we can make this... No, okay, we can work with this. Okay, so it says... so it looks like in this decompiler, this is a decompiler, and it basically tries to take the assembly instructions from the disassembler and turn them back into code. And in this case, it looks like we might have a string. So the string is ptr flag needle in a haystack found. And I think this is the flag. So I'm just going to copy all this. If this is actually the case, and they also point out where this happens in the disassembler, which is nice. Unfortunately, they colored this the text gray on black, or dark gray on black, which is really hard to see. Gameboy says, flag the great financial, the. Is that really it? Vertex says, I'm leaving, see ya, 2:17 in Europe. And Vertex, thank you very much for coming on by. And you know what? We'll give you a Hack the Planet to see you out. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
GradXT says, not meeting the accessibility contrast recommendations. Probably not. But yeah, at least when we click on anything in the decompiler, it'll also show us where it is in the disassembler, which is nice. So we got needle in a haystack, flag needle in a haystack. So I think that's the flag for this challenge. So I'm just going to copy it from here to here. And then let's see if we can submit this as the flag. Hold on, where do we submit the flags? So checking flags here. To verify if the flag is correct, use the Discord command, check flag strings 1, flag your flag here. Ah, okay, so we need to use Discord. Vertex says Spain, by the way. Oh god, how do you say good night in Spanish? It's buenos noches? Is it buenos noches for good night? Or is it something else? Yes, buenos noches. Okay, great. And Mauricio probably knows. Yeah, okay. Everybody seems to know Spanish here. All right. And so I guess I have to check on Discord. So I think I might have the Malware Tech Discord. But I've never used Discord commands before. How do we use Discord commands? Hold on. Oh, that's... okay, I can't do that inside of this window. I need to do this in on another machine. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so I'm now logged into Malware Tech on Discord. Are you here for help with a potential virus? No, I'm not. Okay, so I'll just bring this up so that everybody can see what I'm doing on Discord here. Isaac S. Chu has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. And you know what? Let's do a redeem for Isaac S. Chu. How about Nyan Cat? Here you go. Let's see. Henry Adilio Ramirez Chevalier says "Hola." That is a very Latino name, Henry. But welcome. Let's see. GradXT says use the slash as printed, and ELeader says I only know German, English, and bits of high school French, some Japanese, no Spanish here. GradXT says if they have a dedicated bot command channel, you should use that. And okay, so what do we do here? So all skill levels are welcome, etc., etc. Finish. And what do we need to do? And so which channel do we go to do the bot command? There's one for so many flags. So read the rules, get started, server rules. Okay. Where do we check our flag? Do we do this in reverse engineering? Use the reverse engineering flag, it's fine. Reverse engineering channel, so this one here. Okay, so it's just slash something, right? Okay, so let me grab... Where were we? Did I close out... Did I close out the webpage? Hold on. malwaretech.com labs. Okay, labs. And then this one. And then this one. Checking flags. Okay, so check flag strings 1, your flag. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so I have a Discord account, but I don't have a Discord server. So okay, so we're gonna check the flag, and the string is what? The string is this string, so we're just gonna copy that, go back to Discord, make a Discord server. I'm getting around to it. I just need to. Okay, so flag needle in a haystack found. Let's go ahead and check this. Okay, I don't think this is the place where I should have been doing this, because I didn't receive the flag. Hold on, let me delete my message so that I don't cause a problem. Okay, where do we check this? You need to use the slash command, that's why. Okay, so slash check flag, lab flag, so this here. Okay, so lab name is going to be strings 1. Oops. Strings 1, and the flag is going to be this here. Okay, so is this how we do it? Do we click on the button? No, we do not. Sorry, I'm not very good at doing... You do enter, okay. I'm not very good at doing Discord stuff. Okay, congratulations, you found the right flag. Great. Great. Okay, it worked. So this is reverse engineering, Jake Mr. Hack. Yeah, we're doing reverse engineering right now. If you want to do the same stuff we're doing right now, you'll want to go over to these labs right here. They're created by the famous Marcus Hutchins, who stopped the WannaCry attack. And all right, so we did the first challenge, and we need to move on to the next challenge, I guess. So the next challenge is going to be it's not going to be as easy as this one, so let's check it out. So that's going to be strings 2. Okay. Gameboy says, can you explain how you know this is exactly the flag? That's great, I'm beginning reverse engineering. Okay, so Gameboy, let's go ahead and so we'll go, well, I kind of guessed that this was the flag, but if we take a look at the decompiler over here, so we're using Ghidra, and when we use Ghidra, we can ask it to analyze the binary, and we can take a look at the decompiler window, which tries to take the assembly instructions and convert them into a programming language. In this case, it's going to look like C, because I think this was compiled using C. Leader says, I'm gone for now. Have a good rest of the stream. Hey, thank you very much for the subscription on Twitch, Leader, and have a we'll give you a frog song. Here you go, and have a good night. Jake Mr. Hack asks, what's the difference between Ghidra and GDB? So GNU Debugger is it's a terminal window debugger and disassembler, and it's only going to work for Linux binaries. It's not going to work for Windows binaries. So Ghidra is a graphic user interface program, and it works for both Linux binaries and Windows binaries. And it also has a decompiler, which is very handy when you're trying to do some reverse engineering, because it tries to take the assembly instructions and convert the assembly instructions back into code. Brandon Brainer, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. GredXT says it's right in the entry point function as well. The challenge description said it would show the MD5 hash when opened, and you can see that function here. I don't remember seeing that in the description. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that I need to pay more attention when I'm reading these things. I think it's in the lab specifics, I guess. But yeah, we managed to find the flag, which is great. And Gameboy says Ghidra was made by the FBI and the CIA, if I'm not wrong. Thank you very much for following, Anis. Welcome, welcome, and thank you very much for following. Anyways, what were we doing here? Yeah, so the challenge description, I mean, I don't know if it mentioned anything about the MD5, but MD5, sure, why not? What were we taking a look at here? But yeah, we've got, so the entry function returns void, and I'm not too sure what this part of the code does. So I guess we could ask something like ChatGPT what exactly it thinks this code is doing, and just for fun, because I'm not very good at C code, I'll ask the AI to do an explanation of what the code is doing here. So let's go ahead and ask, what is this C code doing? Sandwicho Krabe says, I'm pretty sure it was made by the NSA. I think NSA is probably the correct answer for that question. Pops the message box with the MD5 hash. Which one? Hold on. think we're... Okay, so this C code snippet appears to be part of a malware sample, possibly from Malware Tech Labs, okay, that displays an MD5 hash of a flag string in a message box before terminating. Here's what each part does. So is this LP text? LP text equals MD5 hash long pointer something S flag needle in a haystack something something. Takes in a string pointer containing flag needle in a haystack, okay? Casts it to the long. Long is a long integer. Anyways, okay, so odd, possibly obfuscation. Passes it to MD5 hash. This is a function that computes the MD5 hash of a string. Stores the resulting hash into LP text. Okay, and then message box A. This is going to display a Windows message box with no owner window, which is this part over here. The MD5 hash is the message text, LP text. Title from another string pointer, likely Malware Tech Labs. Style something something. MB icon warning, MB OK, warning icon with the OK button. I'm not exactly sure what this does, but I've never really done any compilation of Windows programs. So people who are better versed in Windows development can probably give me a better answer for this. So exit process is going to terminate the program with an exit code 0, which is success. The comment indicates that the function never returns. Okay, so reverse engineering challenge. Compiles and displays an MD5 hash of what seems to be flag. The string pointer suggests that it was decompiled from a binary. The long cast is unusual for string hashing, and maybe a compiler artifact or obfuscation. And the warning comment suggests that the decompiler detected this and terminates the thread. So it's probably computing MD5 on the flag here, and showing the hash in a message box titled Malware Tech Labs, and then exiting. Okay, cool. GranXT says it's message box styling like the error symbol, information symbol, triangle, exclamation symbol, and which buttons like OK and cancel and yes and no. Okay. But you know what? I think eventually we want to start trying to write our own programs in C for Windows, just so that we can understand what the heck is going on. But we finished this challenge, which is nice. We kind of stumbled on the answer, but I guess it'll be more difficult when we do the next challenge. So let's go ahead and start the next challenge. Jake Mr. Hack says, you need to become a good programmer in C for reverse engineering, because I know he's solving challenge reverse engineering, but he just knows Python. I think if you're doing reverse engineering, it's much better if you understand the language that the binary was written in, because otherwise you could be missing out on a lot of details. So this is one of the reasons why I'm teaching myself how to code in C, because if you want to do binary hacking or reverse engineering on something that was written in C, you have to kind of understand what the programming language does. Otherwise, it could be very, very confusing. Potato says, could you tell me your thoughts if the AI makes good or bad code? I personally think it makes bad and messy code. Potato, yeah, for sure. So, I think people shouldn't be relying on the AI to write a lot of code. But I do understand that a lot of programmers, a lot of developers are currently using the AI to write their code. They're not getting the AI to write the entirety of the code, but they are getting the AI to help them out, to write certain functions, or to write little boilerplate parts of code, and then they'll go back in and they'll inspect the code to make sure it works, and to fix up any errors that the AI did. In the end, I think it will result in messier code overall, because the developers are probably not going to bother going in to spend a lot of time to clean it up. But I think AI is going to be writing code, and it's going to stay writing code for quite a while. So we're going to have to find a way to deal with that. Okay, GredXT says it said in checking flags what to look for with the message box. Oh, really? Let me check that. So let's see, checking flags. Ah, okay. You know what? I didn't check this before, but thank you very much for pointing that out, GradXT. Gameboy says still you need to know programming. Yeah. So I've heard that that developers have been trying to get away with interviewing only through using the AI to code, which is a really embarrassing thing. But yeah, we need to learn how to work with the AI in order to be more efficient in doing our development work. So Complete says the R1 model just got updated the other way. It may write better code. I think it will write better code with enough time. Uncle Beppy says, I think the AI is a good way to review certain components, like basic functions, or something that's pretty boilerplate-ish. Potato says, yes, I have the AI give me ideas and how I could make things shorter. The problem is that programmers start getting lazy and they just fully start using the AI. I agree with that. I think that I think people are lazy in general, and they'll be as lazy as they can be until it starts affecting them. So you will see some developers just fully using AI and not using their skills. But eventually that kind of behavior is going to catch up with them. Let's see. Potato says it's so obvious if it's real or AI code. Yeah, I think you'll notice a pattern in AI code, and if you start looking at the code that the developers are making, you can probably identify which parts were made with AI. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the next challenge. So first of all, we need to go into Ghidra, and we need to close out the program. So it's changed. Do you want to save it? We don't need to save this. And I think, did this exit? No, it didn't exit. All right, let's start up a new project. So new project, we're going to call this Malware Tech Labs Strings 2. Okay, and then let's go ahead and download that file. GredXT says AI also implements things in ways that we don't want to. It loves to stick band-aids instead of overhauling when it needs to. You need to prompt it very well, and that requires understanding your code. Yeah, the thing we need to understand is this. If we take a developer, and we have one developer who is not allowed to use any AI, and we have another developer who's allowed to use AI, you'll find that even if the two developers are at an even level of understanding in their programming language, the developer that's using AI is going to get their stuff done a lot faster. Whether or not it's better is debatable, but you're going to be able to push out a lot more code if you're using the AI to help you out, for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and download that next file. So this is going to be Strings Lab. This is going to be challenge number 2. And let's do a little bit of reading on this before we download the file. Okay, so we get the same message over here. In the introduction it says, this is the same stuff. This is the same message as the last time. Lab specifics. This challenge introduces a common technique used by malware to conceal text strings inside of the code. You'll need to perform static analysis and to figure out how the flag is concealed. So this is going to be a more difficult challenge because they're concealing the text this time. So recommendations, I think the recommendations are going to be the same. Gameboy says, I think when AI reaches its peak, there'll be chaos. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Zero Day says, hi. Hello, Zero Day. Nice to see you. When he's in the middle, he's more perfect than when he's at his peak. Yeah, I guess we're going to see this in real time, how AI develops. I guess we can consider ourselves special that we get to witness AI and how it develops. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and download the file. Okay. What's this other thing I've got open? Oh, okay, I need to close this. Alright, so let's download the file. Oh, I downloaded it to temp accidentally. Let's move it. Okay, so same as Google Translations. Yeah, so if you remember Google Translations from 10 years ago, the Google Translate tool was not very good. But now translation software and translation services are much, much better. And it even does like, what is it called? It does like real-time translations as well, which is pretty crazy. Okay, so let's... Sorry, I need to scroll down in my chat. Interpreter. Okay, so we should be in this directory here. Alright, let me get rid of the strings 1 challenge. Just so I don't forget to get rid of it later. Okay, and let's unrar this next one. So strings 2, and let's get the password. Password is malware tech labs. GredXT says interpreter, you can ask Google Assistant, be my German interpreter, and it will do the real-time thing. I've never done that before, but that's good to know, thank you. Be my German interpreter, Google Assistant. I try not to use too many of these smart devices, because I'm a bit wary of them listening all the time. Not that I really talk, I'm not that I really, say all that many important secret things in my day-to-day life around the house, but yeah. Anyways, let me put on some new music. How about some of this just for a little bit? Okay. GredXC says, I don't like smart speakers, but it's built into Android. Yeah, I think my phone is listening. It's probably listening right now. So if you start talking about some stuff around your phone, then your phone might give you, well, you might see some recommendations the next time you start browsing. Okay, so I think we can run strings on this next executable just to see if there's some funny stuff here. Okay, so it looks like we don't see... Oh, interesting. So it looks like there's no flag in here. But we do see... Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and open this up in Ghidra to see what's going on. So we're just going to import a file. It's going to be this one over here. We're going to press OK, and we're going to analyze the thing. Double click. So it says it hasn't been analyzed. Would you like to analyze it now? We're going to say yes, and we're just going to click on the Analyze button. Okay, so the entry point. What's going on here? It looks like... Huh. It looks like it's going character by character and saving all these characters to different memory locations. So that's my guess. So how can we take a look at this? All right, so LP text, MD5 hash, long, okay, local 30. So local, it's referencing local 30. And what is in local 30 or local 30? So we see load effective address, local 30. So RSP plus hex 28. What is in local 30? Okay, I'm not... this is where I need to learn how to use the program. Okay, so we got local 30 here, and can we load this up? I don't think we can. Local 30 is referenced in the main function here. But how do we get... This is a static analysis, right? So if this is static analysis, we don't need to run the program. hrefs local 30. So where would we look that up? Hold on, let me look at the challenge description one more time. So lab specifics. So this introduces us to a common technique used by malware to conceal text strings. You'll need to perform static analysis. So this is static analysis, so we don't need to actually execute the program to get the flag for the challenge. So, hrefs local 30. So local 30 is here. So RSP plus this. Is this an... Okay. So, okay, Gradexy says cross-reference hrefs to see where local 30 is throughout the code. Let's see, how do we do that? Here, search for strings. So, we're looking for instruction patterns, we're looking for direct references, matching instructions, maybe program text. Hold on. So just for some reference, I'll ask the AI what local 30 would be called here. So local 30 is this a memory location? Actually, wait. We know what local 30 is. So local 30 references this. So local 30 is a certain hex. So it's hex 46. We're cooked. Are we cooked? Are we cooked that fast? So this is the character F. Oh, wait. This is the... Okay. So this is... Alright. So I see that this is the array of characters. So we just need to grab all these and then decode these from hex to... Okay, we're not cooked. We're not cooked. We just need to grab all this, and we need to decode this from hex to ASCII, and then we'll be okay. So I'm just going to copy this, and this is going to be tough. Let's go ahead and create a file called something. Let's call this temp. Okay, so we just need to grab... How do we... We can use all of the fabulous Linux output tools to start base64 or XOR. So no, this is just hex to ASCII. So we need to get rid of, I guess we do like what, cut D? Cut D, delimiter is going to be equals. And we're just going to get the second field. Okay, so this gives us just the hexes. Noble says, let's see. Grout says Binary Ninja opens straight to the flag on import. That's because Binary Ninja is a paid service, so it does the job for you, of course. Noble says I made a binary data stream earlier, feeling proud. Yeah, sounds like some fun, some good fun. So what do we do here? Okay, so we got cut D. That's gonna get this stuff. We need to strip out all of the empty space. So TRD empty space. All right? Yeah, that gets rid of the empty space, and then we need to delete the semicolons. So TRD semicolon. Okay, that gets rid of the semicolons. Oh, I didn't know that there was a free version of Binary Ninja. Laughinsec, hello, nice to see you up. Nice to see you. What is up? Yo, dude, what is up? Let's give you a Nyan Cat to welcome you to the stream. Laughinsec, hello. Okay, so we need to print this out. Actually, wait, we need to turn each one of these hex into its ASCII equivalent. And I wonder if we can do this. What happens if we get rid of the new lines? Okay, let me search up. So Linux. Delete new lines and separate by space. Actually, you know what? Maybe we need to not eliminate those new lines. So let's not get rid of the new lines. Okay, and then maybe if we get rid of the new lines, then everything's going to be okay. So how do we tr to delete new lines? So Linux tr delete new lines. So tr Okay, so let's see. It works fine for single files, but I have multiple files that I need to run the single command on. So we can use tr/n. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, cool. Now we've got a list of stuff here. Sorry, redeem. Noble says redeem $1.5 million USD. I wish we could redeem that. We can't do that, unfortunately. Laughing I will not squander this gift I have been given. Let's see. Elon Musk was doing drugs. That's crazy. Yeah. Where did we mention that? I don't think that was mentioned anywhere. Okay, let's go ahead and I think we can turn this into ASCII on the command line, right? Let's go ahead and look that up. Linux convert hex to ASCII. Convert hex characters to ASCII in the Linux shell. How do we do this? So we can do the printf command. So we can do the printf command. We can do the pipe into printf. I don't think pipe into printf is going to work. Is it? We can try. Pipe it into printf. Nope. That doesn't quite work. Using the echo command, using the DC command. We use the DC command to convert a character from hex to ASCII. DC stands for hex calculator. Desk calculator. Using the XXD command. Can we do XXD? Pipe into XXDR what? P. Oh man, it worked. It worked. GredXT says that won't work. Let's see. DC stands for the nuts. The nuts, of course. GredXT says Chad Linux terminal user versus Chad GigaChad CyberChef user. Is it easier to do CyberChef? I don't know. I don't know. We could probably plug this into CyberChef too. Let me check up with CyberChef. So I really don't use CyberChef very often. I really should. So let's see. We're gonna do from hex. Yeah, this works. Okay, awesome, awesome. So I should probably do a little bit of I should probably document this, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen, right? Let's go ahead. I think this is saved. I'm going to go to my walkthroughs. Let's add a directory. I'm going to call this malware tech _labs. And this is the strings challenges. And we're going to call this strings2.md. Okay, so I guess we're going to, let's see, download link. Well, actually, I guess URL. Let's see. GroundXT says Ghidra should have a way to specify data type as a string. Yeah, let's take a look. So this does tell us that the character is this. But can we turn all of these into characters? Okay, so we could turn these all into characters. So, we start up here and we select everything here, and we could specify we want everything to be displayed as characters, right? So, oh, we can't do these all at once. That's a big pain in the butt. Let's see. DC stands for the nuts, right? And Laughensec says MD also stands for the nuts, of course. Of course. But yeah, I mean, we managed to figure it out. The fact that Ghidra won't let us concatenate these all together is, well, it's probably something you could do if you knew how to use the program better. But this is just fine. We managed to get the answer anyways. So the URL is here. Okay, and I guess call this method of solve. So inspect the decompiler and note that, what do we note? Note that the MD5 points to local 30. So the MD5 function references the local 30 register? No, it's not a register, it's memory address. Is it a memory address? What is it called? Anyways, I'll just call it a memory address until I get corrected. Somebody will correct me eventually, I'm sure. And we see it contains a single character. The single character F. We also see that there's a string of single characters defined in many, many memory locations, which we can collect and convert from hex to ASCII, which gives us the following flag, which gives us the flag. So I'm not going to include the flag in my write-up here because I don't want to, I don't want to include flags just in case people are, well, malware tech in particular doesn't want this stuff to be shared out. Anyways, I guess I can provide the command that I use to decode everything. So grab, grab the output from the Ghidra decompiler and paste it into a file. Then do this. Okay, the command is this really long command over here. Bam, one-liner. GradXT says Dogbolt is a really good site because it uses a few decompilers at once. Some guess the data type better than others. I've definitely solved challenges referring to multiple of them. I've heard of Dogbolt before. I think other users, it might have been you, or it might have been someone else. So it's Dogbolt. Oops. Dogbolt.com or something else. Okay, it's not dogbolt.com. Let's just search for it. Decompiler Explorer. So it's dogbolt.org. Okay. Interesting. Okay. No, I mean, I guess we could upload this to the website as well. So we can upload strings to, where is it? Huh, I don't see it in the list. Is the, oh no, here it is. Oh, this is really cool. So this lets you see what it would look like in a few different decompilers, yeah. So I guess we got Ghidra, Hexrays, Binary Ninja, and Anger. Oh wow, you know what? It did return the full flag. Huh. That's really funny. No, yeah, this definitely looks very cool, very cool. But yeah, in this case, the binary ninja, it managed to give us the full flag. But let's see if Ghidra here does it as well. I don't think Ghidra does. It just tells you all this stuff over here, the different hex bytes. It doesn't actually tell you the flag. Okay, and hex rays. Is this going to give us the answer? Let's scroll down a bit. Oh, okay. This one also gives us the actual flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit our flag. Let me finish up my walkthrough here and paste in, yeah, my awesome Linux command. Commit the changes, and we'll submit the flag, and then we'll finish up with this exercise. Okay, so where are we? This is the flag over here. Flag string stack strings are built at runtime, and let's go over to the Discord. GrenXT says the UI of the editor box kind of not great. I prefer to paste them into proper code editors. Yeah, I think so. So let's do the check flag command. Okay, so the lab name is strings2, and the flag is this thing. And let's give it here. Okay, we found the correct flag. Great. Yeah, so this was fun. I haven't done Windows binary reverse engineering before, so it was also good to reacquaint myself with Ghidra. I'm definitely not using Ghidra to its fullest ability, but I need to do this more, because I do plan on doing a reverse engineering course, or teaching the basics of reverse engineering eventually. So this is what happens. So when somebody wants to teach something, they learn the bare basics of how that stuff works, and then they write up some lessons, or at least that's how I do it. I remember an episode of The Simpsons where Marge Simpson took on a job as a piano teacher, and I think there was a scene where Marge was practicing at the piano, and somebody asked, "Do you actually know how to play the piano?" And Marge said, "You just need to keep one lesson ahead of the kid." And that's how teaching feels like sometimes, especially if you're teaching in high school. So high school teachers they're not usually experts at whatever they're teaching, but they do know enough to be able to teach the thing, right? Laughingsex says, let's see, luckily there's usually someone on my CTF teams that does the reverse engineering so I don't have to. Well, I mean, learning reverse engineering is pretty fun. Well, I mean, okay, it depends on what your definition of fun is. But, yeah. Game Boy says, I was using x64dbg, then search for strings for all the users. So yeah, somebody recommended to use x64dbg, but I think I don't know why, but I find Ghidra a lot easier to use, and it's also Ghidra is it's easier to install on Linux, which is what I prefer to use for all of my hacking stuff. Laughingsex says, for sure it's on the list, just not near the top. Yeah, I hear you. If we had unlimited time, we could learn everything. And, well, I mean, we would like to learn everything, given an unlimited amount of time. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're doing a Linux hacking challenge. Thank you very much for following Melania Obama. Melania Obama seems to be a kind of trolley political name, but let me know Let me know what your intention is behind that, Melania Obama. Anyways, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we've been doing these challenges over here from Dockerlabs, and I think we've done quite a few of them. We're doing Find Your Style today, and we're just going to be deploying this vulnerable Docker container, and we're going to be doing some hacking against it. Melania Obama says, "My dream couple." I'm sure there are some people who would disagree with that, but welcome to the stream, Melania Obama. Uncle Beppy says, "Greatest movie." Oh, you're talking about hackers? Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we've downloaded the challenge, so we're just gonna need to deploy the challenge. I need to delete this stuff that we just did. Okay, and I need to delete some other stuff too. Okay, so we've got this challenge here. It's called findyourstyle.zip. If you want to participate yourself, you can go over to Dockerlabs and you can download the zip file here for the Find Your Style challenge and deploy this to your own machine. You'll need to have a security version of Linux with Docker installed if you want to do these challenges. But I'm guessing that a lot of people here also have access to a distribution of Kali Linux, or a copy of Kali Linux rather. Laughingsex says, "Ask if they love yin and yang energy." Laughingsex says, "I need to do real hacking to be more like hackers, way more GUIs flying around with the digital towers and whatnot." Yeah, for sure. It's not as if most hacking isn't done completely from the terminal or anything, but sometimes there's GUI stuff in there as well. Anyways, let's go ahead and... Well, first of all, let me change the music. And let's put on an ad for people who are watching on YouTube, and let's put on a bird video. How about this lovely bird here? Actually, wait, I've got a better video. How about this lovely bird here? Yup. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Enjoy the birds and the music that we're going to play. Let's put the birds away and let's get to the hacking. Alright, so we've got your this Find Your Style zip file over here. We just need to unzip the file, and then we need to deploy the Docker container. So these are all Docker containers that we need to interact with and hack, and we deploy them using this autodeploy.sh script. So we just need to make the script executable, and then we need to run the script. Oops. Okay, so it's good that we have so many Spanish speakers in chat, because this challenge is going to be in Spanish. So because Dockerlabs.es is a Spanish website, and which means that all of the documentation is going to be in Spanish. Of course, that doesn't stop us, because we're hackers and we have access to translation technology. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. Let's see, Máquina desplegada, su dirección IP es this one right here. So let's go ahead and copy that IP and let's do our nmap scan. So for all these machines, we like to do an nmap scan, which lets us know which ports are open on the system. And we're going to scan all the ports. There's usually not too many ports open on these challenges. We do our versioning information and common scripts. We run it very fast. And it looks like there's only port 80 open. So this, if we metagame this, we can predict that we're going to find some sort of vulnerability on the web app on port 80 here. And we're going to need to hack it or attack it to get access to the server directly. And from there we can do our privilege escalation. I guess what we need to do is some web enumeration now. So I'm just going to do a quick directory busting attack with derb. And so derb is a very old tool, but sometimes we're able to find some interesting things because it uses a word list that we usually don't pay attention to. Oh, there's a batch directory. That's interesting. Oh, actually, maybe there is no... Well, 403 means unauthorized, right? Let me look that up really quick. So, let's see. HTTP response 403. This is forbidden. Okay, so the thing exists, but... Alfie Faulkner says, could you hack a Faceit lobby? Faceit lobby. Is Faceit some sort of application? Faceit is anti-cheat. Oh, okay. I don't think I could do it. I'm not a person who does a lot of game hacking. Uncle Deppy says, Derb in Nikto Classic Web Tools. Millennial Obama says, I missed it. Is the IP a server or device, or do we know? So the IP is, it's a Docker container, because these are all Docker containers that we're working against on this website over here. It's like Dockerlabs. So we need to deploy the Docker container to our own machine, and then we can do hacking against it. It's very convenient, and we don't need to spend a lot of time downloading a really big file and setting up a virtual machine. So there's a node directory. So this kind of gives me the feeling that we might be dealing with Node.js. We should probably check that out right now. So X5 asks, are you using a virtual machine? Yeah, so we're currently using a Kali Linux virtual machine to do our hacking stuff. And we're also accessing a Docker container, which we have on our current device, which is very convenient because we don't need to call out to another server. So let's go ahead and go over to this page. Hold on. HTTP 172.17.02. Okay, so this... Oh, wow. So they're using a common CMS to create this page. It looks like Drupal. So this is, well, this is a pretty well-known, yeah, powered by Drupal. So Drupal is... It used to be a very popular content management service application, but there are lots of vulnerabilities associated with Drupal. So I think there's a special tool that we can use for Drupal installations. Let's see, Drupal scan or Drupal security scanner. Drupal security scanner. Drupascan. I wonder if it's installed on Kali Linux by default. Let me... Drup e-scan. No. So this... Okay, so Drupascan, a plugin-based scanner that aids something something. Let's take a look. Okay, so it's a plugin-based scanner that aids security researchers in identifying issues with several CMSs. Uses of DrupaScan for attacking targets without prior mutual consent is illegal. Let's not do any illegal stuff. Thank you. And it is the end user's responsibility to obey all applicable local, state, and federal laws. Sure. Supported CMSs are Silverstripe, WordPress, and Drupal. Partial functionality for Joomla and Moodle. You know what? Another thing we could look up is Drupal and Hackerfrogs. Oh, that's not how you spell Drupal. Thank you very much, Luca Guermer. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so Hackerfrogs Drupal over here. Am I looking at the right thing? Hold on, let me go over to Hackerfrogs first. Alfie Faulkner asks, what can you hack? What can we hack? Well, we can hack web applications. We could hack binaries. We could hack Windows Active Directory networks. We could hack a bunch of different stuff. I don't do any illegal hacking. Please don't ask me to do illegal hacking. I can't do that. Okay, so search within Hackerfrogs Drupal. And it doesn't look like we got anything, did we? You know, Hackerfrogs has become a little bit not so user-friendly. Let's see, Melania asks, are you looking for a scanning tool that we can find a vuln in Drupal? Yeah, that's what we're looking for. On the topic of CMS map, might be look into something I've never used it myself. CMS map? I've never heard of that tool. So let's see, Drupal? Yeah, Drupal, okay. Okay, so it says check meta, so drupal.org, something something. Enumeration, sure. Username enumeration, hidden pages, automatic tools. So DrupaScan. Okay, so I guess let me see if we can install this on Kali Linux first. No. Okay, so I think we need to get it from the GitHub. So here's the GitHub. I guess we can clone this repository. Gameboy says, do I teach Burp Suite? I do teach a little bit Burp Suite when I do my web application course, but it's not a lot of stuff that I teach for Burp Suite. I basically teach how to how to use the different interfaces in Burp Suite, and maybe get the traffic for websites that you've browsed across. But I don't do anything super advanced with Burp Suite. But I have taught it before. Okay, let's git clone this thing. Okay, so after that we can go into the DrupaScan directory. apt-get install DrupaScan. apt-get install DrupaScan. Sudo apt-get install DrupaScan. Okay, so I mean that's okay. We don't need to install it on our box. We can just use it this time. We're probably not going to use it again for a really long time anyways. Alfie Faulkner says, are you good with C? I wouldn't say I'm good with C. I know a little bit about what C code looks like, and I'm trying to teach myself C language right now. But no, I wouldn't say that I'm good with C. Gameboy says it's okay not to have it. Yeah, it's okay not to have DrupaScan, because we're not constantly scanning against Drupal installations. All right, but anyways, how do we run Drupal scan? Okay, so do we need to actually install this? Let me read on the GitHub. Okay, so Drupal scan Drupal. Ah, okay, so we need to do it like this. Okay, and what are we scanning? We're scanning 172, this thing. Huh, I wonder why it doesn't work. Alfie says, Alfie asks, what languages are you most interested in? I am interested in learning C, because I'm interested in learning more about binary hacking and reverse engineering, and a lot of those challenges have there are a lot of C compiled challenges that I would like to take a look at and get better at doing. Looks like we need to set it up. So how do we install this thing? Okay, so installation with pip recommended. Installation is easy using pip, apt-get install, python pip, pip install Drupal scan. Should I install this? I should probably install this in a virtual environment. Let me take a look at the requirements first. Try to set up first. Okay, so let me take a look at the requirements.txt. It doesn't look like there's anything super... Okay, I guess we could try installing this with Python pip. So pip install Drupal scan. This environment is externally managed. Okay, so let's go ahead and put ourselves in a virtual environment. So we'll rename this to Drup e scan Python, and let's set up our virtual environment. I need to refresh myself on how to do this thing. Okay, so what do? We do python-m venv my environment virtual env my environment, and then go into my environment, source bin activate, and now we're done. Okay, so from here we're going to pip install Drupal scan. So we're just using a virtualized environment for our Python because I hate dealing with Python dependencies, and when we use a virtualized environment, then everything that is in the virtual environment is not going to interfere with the other Python modules that are installed on the system. So can we run Drupal scan now? Huh. What happened here? Hold on. Okay, let's try running it from here. No module named imp. What is this? So the first part of hacking is getting your tools to work. Okay, so let's see. Manual installation is as follows: git clone the thing, move into then we do pip install something. Huh. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, and then after that, do this command here. Huh, still getting this error here. Sorry, what's going on? Vez Polly says, do you have anything on learning about behavioral analytics tools? I'm sorry, I don't think I do. Sorry to be off topic. Okay, JulianX asks, what is that? Complete asks, what are your thoughts on conda over VENV? Are you... JulianX says, what is that? Are you hacking? We're trying to get to the hacking part. We just need to make sure that our tools are installed first. Conda over VNV. I've never used Conda before, so I don't have much of an opinion on Conda. VNV seems to work okay for Python virtual environment. I've never really had any problems with it before. So when we run this, it says, okay, so let me see if I can feed this to the AI, and maybe it can give me an answer on why this isn't working. Okay, so we are having problems running our tool in Python. MC25 says, grep the files for imp and replayed imp with import lib. JulianX says, if you're using Python 3, you should use import lib instead of imp module. Okay, well, I mean, what does it say here? So use Python 3.12 or earlier, which is recommended. Since Python 3.13 is very new, most tools, including Drupal, are not yet compatible. Oh, okay. So let's see, create a virtual environment with Python 3.12 or lower. Interesting. Oh man, okay, JulianX, yeah, it looks like you are correct. So manually patch cement, which is a temporary fix. Okay, I didn't, more Python fun, huh? Okay. Let's go ahead and get out of our virtual environment. How do we exit from the virtual environment? Is it just exit? It is just exit, okay. So, oh, I closed everything. Hold on, I need to create a new one. Python virtual environment. Okay. Let's make this nice and yellow. Deactivate, okay. So let's see, this is the exact problem. This is why I like Conda, okay. AI must have made things much easier for you guys. And let's see. Armend says, in that directory there's a setup.py file. That's probably the right way to install it. So let's see. So the Drupal directory here. We're talking about this setup.py file here. I think the AI referred to something about the new version of Python not being compatible with a bunch of different stuff, right? I think we'll try this fix here where we specify a specific version of Python. And this might work. Okay, and then we need to activate the virtual environment. Then we need to install DrupalScan. I think, let's see if DrupalScan, we can just run DrupalScan now. Nope, okay. Alright, so we need to pip install DrupalScan. Alright, let's see if DrupalScan works now. Nope, still not still not working. Okay. Have I ever tried Conda for environment? No, I've never tried Conda before. Let's see. I like to use UV to manage multiple Python versions. Deactivate. Sure. Okay. Maybe if DrupalScan remains unstable, consider some other ones. So there's a Drupone. Okay, maybe we can try Drupone instead. As long as it is a tool that we can use for Drupal. What do we got here? So Drupone version 1.04 claims to provide an efficient way to gather Drupal information. Sure, why not? Supported test versions are this. Okay, we've got a bunch of different modes. Installation, Python 3, Drupone. I guess we need to download the repository again. So we're going to clone this repository. Geez. Okay. Game Boy says in Parrot OS it's working. I guess this is the problem with running Kali Linux. All right, let's git clone this next thing. So Drupone. Okay, so how do we install this? Python 3 and setup.py install. Okay. Well, let's give this a try. Thank you very much, Quasm Plays. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. This didn't work. Okay, let's try the other method. The other method is to do pip3 install requirements.txt. Okay, and we should be able to just run Drupal now. No? Huh. Why am I having such a bad time? Let's see. Game Boy says Python 3, no module named package resources. Python 3, not Python. Well, Python on Kali Linux is by default Python 3. So that's not much. So which Python? Yeah. Okay. That's why I hate dealing with with Python dependencies. Oh, there's a Docker thing instead. Okay, so we could well, I mean, the Docker container is probably the easier way to do it. I wonder if DrupalScan has one of these as well. So Docker containers are much nicer to deal with than installing software on your system. Let's see. Let's search for Docker. So there's a Docker file. Ah, you can build a Docker image and run DrupaScan from Docker. Yeah, okay. All right. This seems like a funner, like a more, like a better way to go about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Sure. Git clone drupascan.git, sure, and then we would Docker build this thing. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, drupascan. Yeah, so for anybody who's who doesn't know, if you can run something from Docker, from a Docker container, the Docker container is going to have all the dependencies for whatever software that you want to run installed already, so you don't have to worry about installing the software or the dependencies on your own device, which is so much better than trying to keep track of a bunch of Python dependencies, which is not very fun at all. Okay, so what's the next step? So after we do this, we do, whoa, we got running pip as the root user. Well, we're not running pip as the root user. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're going to Docker run this thing. Oh, we're going to remove the drupascan directory, and then we're going to Docker run drupascan. Let's see if that works. Not fun anymore to use Kali Linux. Well, this is still giving us some weird errors. Looks like it's still... Yeah, this still isn't working. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so that we run them on YouTube as well. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. Actually, you know what? This time we'll put on some squirrels. There's a happy squirrel. We'll be back in about 1 minute. Just going to take a little water break. So does the happy squirrel come back? Yep, the happy squirrel comes back. Alright, let's put the squirrel away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what are we trying to do here? I think I should get out of my virtual environment before I try to install this Docker container. Hold on. Okay, so we're going to call this drupascan docker. Okay, so we got our... Let's move into the temp directory. And how do they want us to build it? You can build a Docker image and run drupascan from Docker. So git clone drupascan git, right? We've done this. We did the Docker build. So we shouldn't get any Python dependency errors if we're running the Docker container, right? Okay. So we got the Docker container. Then we display the help. We're still getting errors. What the heck? Psyched says, I have arrived. Hey, nice to see you here, Psyched. And let's give you a warm welcome. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Yeah, this is weird. Even when we run the Docker container, we still get these Python errors. It doesn't make any sense. MC25 says it's so old. The Python script Drupal and change all the imp to import lib. Ah, okay. Sykes says, thank you, sir. What are we doing tonight? So we're just doing some, is it required to run Drupal? Is there another tool? So we tried to run Drupal. We've tried to run Drupone. I guess we could try running Drupone. And there's a Docker container associated with Drupone as well. Quasmplay says, what's going on here? So we're just doing hacking against an exercise over here from Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and then do hacking against them. And yeah, we're just doing this exercise over here. It's called Find Your Style. And if you want to deploy this Docker container yourself, then you can access it from this page over here. So let's see. Gameboy says, time to downgrade to Backtrack 2. Yeah, I'm very tempted. Wrong Python version. Apparently it's the wrong Python version. But, okay, so the other tool that we were looking at was Drupone. Where is it? Drupone. Okay, so it says you can pull the official Drupone image from the Docker Hub registry using the following command. Docker pull this thing. And then we would build the container. Okay. Let's try that. Thank you very much, Ramont, for subscribing. Thank you. Pleasant Place says, are you doing your reverse engineering on ext RT? On an ext RT. So our reverse engineering section of the live stream, we finished that. So Quasm Place, if you want to take a look at, I think it was about an hour ago that we were doing our reverse engineering. So go back in the live stream about 60 minutes or 90 minutes, and you'll see our reverse engineering stuff there. You'll know that that we're doing the reverse engineering stuff when you see me open up Ghidra. But welcome to the stream, Quasm Plays. Okay, so we pulled that Docker container. Let's see if we can install the thing now. So to build a container, just use this command. So docker build t drupone something something. Docker will download the Alpine image and then execute the installation steps. Be patient, the process can take quite a long time. Okay, so I'm just going to move into another directory now, just in case something weird happens. Deprecated. The legacy builder is deprecated and will be moved in the future release. Unable to prepare context, unable to evaluate symlinks in Docker file path. Do I need to be in here to run that command? Oh, okay, I do. No module called setup tools. Okay, we'll try... We'll try running this. Okay, so we haven't managed to figure out how to run our tools. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, maybe we can go ahead and do this manually. Because Because installing our tools doesn't seem to be working out. Actually, you know what? Maybe... So Drupascan, is it part of Kali Linux? Drupascan Kali install. Installation process. No, I don't think it is. How about Drupone? I don't think it is either. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do this manually. So we've got our hack tricks over here, and we can go ahead and figure out how to do enumeration on this application. So enumeration, okay, so we could take a look at the changelog.txt. Can we? Changelog.txt. It says not found. Is that the correct spelling? So changelog.txt. Let me just check it one more time. Okay, so it isn't found on the server. What else can we do? Newer installs of Drupal by default block access to changelog.txt or readme.txt files. Is there a readme.txt? Oh, okay. So we did get readme.txt. Okay, so what are we looking for here? We're probably looking for like a version number. So we don't get a version number from this document, so it's not super useful to us. What can we do from here? Username enumeration. So let's see, it supports 3 types of users by default. We've got administrator, authenticated user, and anonymous. So all website visitors are designated as anonymous by default. They're only allowed to read posts. Okay. Get number of users. Just access user 1, user 2, and user 3. Does this really work? User 1. Access denied. So user 1, user 2, user 3. Okay, so we've got user 1, user 2. Oh, there's only one user. So we're guessing that that one user is going to be the administrator user. So let's see. Would it be admin, or would it be full-on administrator? So over here, let's try admin and admin. The other question is unrecognized username or password. Okay. Admin password. Nope. Okay, so the other question is there like a default, are there default credentials? Sorry, let me catch up with chat. Let's see, maybe this Docker is broken, we don't have to believe this. Wrong Python version, what's going on here? I still have a backtrack CD somewhere. That's great. Let me check to see if there's Drupal. Drupal default credentials. Are there default credentials for Drupal? So Drupal doesn't have a built-in default username and password. During installation, you are prompted to create a username and password for the first superuser account. Okay, so there's no default. All right. So how else can we enumerate the system? Backtrack while the memories, yeah. Okay, so registry use access user register to try to create a username, and if the name is already taken, it will be indicated in an error from the server. So this is great. We can figure out what exactly the name of the administrator is. So we're just going to go over here. Okay, so we're just going to use test.com. We're going to try admin. And if admin doesn't work, that means that admin is already taken. Create new account. Unable to send mail. So it says unable to send mail. Okay. So let's check, just double check with another username. So create new account. Let's just do HackerFrogs. Okay, and then we will make the new account. Huh. This address is already taken. Okay, let's try this then. So it says unable to send mail. Okay, so let's try administrator this time. So Game Boy says we should probably try some SQL injection. So it says unable to send mail. I don't think this is gonna work. And I'm not gonna do, well, we should probably try an SQL injection just for fun. Because it could work. So it's gonna be something like this. Okay, this didn't work. How about this? Okay, so it doesn't seem to be working here. I guess the other thing we could try for this is to see if there are any. Yeah. So there are no blog articles here, so we can't really do user enumeration that way. Try to reset the password of a user, and if the user doesn't exist, it will be indicated clearly in an error message. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So go to login. We're going to try to reset the password for admin. So admin is blocked or has not been activated yet. Let's try HackerFrogs rule. HackerFrogs is not recognized as a username or email address. Okay, so admin works. Though it's blocked or not activated yet. Okay. What about administrator? Administrator is blocked or has not been activated yet. So these are accounts that definitely work. Well, not definitely. Okay, so what else can we do here? Oh, hidden pages. You can find new pages by looking into node fuzz, where fuzz is a number, 1 to 1,000 for example. So node fuzz? Sure. Let's go ahead and try that. Okay, so this is going to be node 1. There's no node 1, there's no node 2. Okay, so we can try doing a fuzzing attack here. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's do sequence 1 to 1000. Actually, let's do 2000. And we're going to call it 1 to 2000.txt. Okay, then we're going to run some fuzzing stuff. So brute forcing. FFUF. This is going to be node fuzz. And the word list is going to be okay. So what? Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us. It doesn't give us the results here. But if it did, we could probably tell what we're supposed to filter on. We're just going to wait for this for a little bit. It's not going to take too long to get to 2000 at this rate. But in the meantime, what's everybody up to tonight? It's Friday. Wow, thank goodness it's Friday, everybody, huh? We're just doing a little fuzzing attack, trying to figure out if there are any web pages we can look at on this web page. Uncle Deppy says TGIF. Prob Hat says, bro, you have so many terminal tabs open, why don't you give Tmux a try? The reason why I don't use Tmux is that I like to have one terminal open at a time. It makes it easier for people to see what is going on the system. But yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know about... Well, a lot of people tell me about Tmux. The reason I do this is so that everything is nice and big, and people can easily understand what's going on the screen. But yeah, that didn't work, huh? Can we do verbose? When we do verbose, it doesn't really help us out either. What else could we use for fuzzing in this case? Syke says, I've done some troubleshooting. Why on earth my GUI wasn't running at all, and I managed to reactivate it. Turns out my disk base was full. Nasir says, Kali Linux, you're using Raspberry Pi? What kind of device are you watching on? Jeez. Let us know. Let us know, Nasir. Thank you. Okay, so I mean, this isn't working right now. I guess we could also bust out the burp suite for just a second. So burp suite is a powerful proxy tool that well, almost all web app security testers use to do their testing. Millennial Obama asks, do you recommend a pentest plus CompTIA cert for someone looking to understand somewhat of the foundation of what I'm doing? What if fuzz is a string? What if fuzz is a string, says Lavi. Pentest Plus from CompTIA, I've never heard very many good things about it. I'd say if you want to get the gist of what I'm doing, is probably not going to be a CompTIA cert. It's probably going to be closer to something from like Hack the Box or TryHackMe. So TryHackMe has a new pen testing certification. Let's see, pen testing certification. I think it's called. It's pretty new. It came out like last week or so. Junior pen tester, PT1. So this is probably. It's a lot. I don't know how well recognized it is right now because it's a very new cert. It's going to take at least a year or two for people to start recognizing it. But I think that the information in this certification is probably going to be very good. Let me go ahead and search for this. So PT1 hasn't found anything, huh? How about how about I just go back to searching? So try hack me PT1 certification. Okay, so this is the page right here. I'll provide the link in chat. Actually, I need to go there first, because if I try giving you a Google link, it's going to be a big mess. Okay, so it says the offensive certification that gets you hired. Junior Penetration Tester 1 is a entry-level hands-on and built by industry experts. So this should be pretty good. It's probably going to be less difficult to do than the certifications over at Hack the Box or at Offensive Security. But I'm pretty sure that this certification it's going to be relatively cheap. It's going to be under $300. That's going to be my guess. But let's take a look at what the price tag is on this thing. Okay. Key skills, etc., etc. What about the price? Okay, so the PT1 is just under $300. So we've got the CEH, they've got the PWPT, they've got the PJPT, they got the EJPT, and did they have the one from, they don't have, so these are junior pen testing certifications here. And this is probably the best bang for your buck as far as learning about different technologies. So you've got Active Directory, you've got web app security, you got network security, you got realistic reporting. I haven't done too much research into this. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Linsane FC, thank you very much. Yellow Snow asks, if you had to relearn everything from the beginning, what would you do first and what tips would be the most important? If I were to relearn everything from the beginning, I'd probably start with networking knowledge from, what is it called? Professor Messer. Professor Messer? They run a channel that, well, they also have a legitimate website. And Professor Messer's training materials on A+, and for Network Plus are very, very good. They're also company agnostic, so CompTIA A+, and CompTIA Network Plus. I wouldn't say that you should be getting those certifications, but you should be learning those skills, because A+ and Network Plus are pretty good. It's a pretty good foundation for learning about IT in general and networks in particular. And that's where I would start. I would basically go to Professor Messer's YouTube page. And Linsane FC, I see your question. I'll answer your question next. So you'd go to Professor Messer, something like their A+ course or their what was it, playlist. Let me go ahead and go over here. I can provide it to everybody because, you know, why not? So A+ training course, well, they've got two of them over here because there are two sections to it. I'll just grab both of these. So that one's A+, this one's also A+. And Network Plus as well. So Network Plus training course, there you go. Another thing that I would do at the same time is I would probably do some stuff over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a great resource for learning about cybersecurity through little challenges called CTF games. And I have a playlist for PicoCTF challenges, and you can go through the playlist and you can start doing these challenges on your own. They're going to start very, very easy, and eventually they'll become more difficult it basically starts with opening up a Linux terminal and then doing some simple Linux terminal commands. And eventually it gets to some kind of advanced stuff. But the great part is that you can try solving the challenges on your own before watching the video if you think that you can do the challenge on your own. You can work through all the challenges here, and it'll teach you a lot about different categories of cybersecurity. So stuff like digital forensics or web app security or binary hacking, all that good stuff. So that's what I would do if I was starting from the beginning. Linsane FC asks, what are my thoughts on Pwn College? Pwn College is great. If you want to learn about binary hacking and reverse engineering in particular, Pwn College is probably some of the best free materials out there. So it's located at pwn.college. So the disadvantage is that Pwn College is pretty much only focused on binary hacking and reverse engineering, but for those categories, it's very, very good. And the interface that you use, well, the website is very, very well organized, and the tools that they give you to do your learning are very, very good. But the unfortunate thing is that I can't do any videos or live streams on the content over on Pwn College because they've asked that people not cover their stuff. So everybody respects that, but unfortunately we can't cover their stuff in our live streams. But let me just ask real quick. Actually, we can ask the chatbot. No, we can't ask the chatbot. I thought we could, but let me. Actually, you know what? Let's ask the AI chatbot here. All right. So what topics are covered by the pwn.college website? Okay, so we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we'll run one on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and put on a bird video. How about my favorite bird video? Okay, so enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so let's see. Oh, Jan, I didn't see your message earlier, but welcome to the stream. Hey, welcome to the stream, Jan. And 349 where I'm at. Are you in Canada? just checking, because that sounds like a Canadian price. Psych says Birdie, and Vez Poli says you have experience with Sims or considering looking into working at a SOC, I think. I don't have very much experience with defensive cybersecurity, blue team stuff, but I think if you're looking to get a job, it's probably the easiest to get a job as a SOC analyst, level 1. But yeah, that's just what I'm feeling right now. But anyways, what do we have over here? So let's see. We asked it what topics are covered by Pwn College, and the AI says it's going to be binary hacking, reverse engineering, system and OS security, assembly and low-level programming. I didn't see any web and networks. Well, I mean, I didn't see any web stuff. There might be network security there. Cryptography, same thing. I didn't see any memory forensic stuff. Maybe I should check this out myself, because I haven't checked it out in maybe a couple of years. Gameboy says bird baptism. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. Learning format, okay, sure. But yeah, definitely check out Pwn College if you haven't already. It's a very, very good platform. Okay, what were we doing? We're trying to figure out some stuff about this website here. Leave the page. Oh, we were trying to do some fuzzing, right? And we're activating Burp Suite. So Burp Suite over here, we can open up a browser, and we can try accessing the web page from the Burp Suite browser. Okay, so the Burp Suite browser is over here. We're going to access the page. And it says page not found. That's great. We're just going to go over to our HTTP history. And we're going to save this request as a file. So when we've saved this request as a file, all of the request variables are going to be put into the file, and we're going to be using this, we're going to be feeding this into the FFUF program. So let's see, copy the file. We'll call this request.txt. Melania Obama has just subscribed. Thank you very much, Melania Obama. Thank you for the subscription on Twitch. Thank you. And now Melania Obama is my dream couple as well. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Did you know that sometimes the firewalls have more bedrooms than the Devil's server? Now you know. Okay, so before we do this command, we should probably edit the request file. So request.txt, we just need to put in the fuzzing point, and the fuzzing point is going to be right here. Okay, so let's run the FFUF program. And let's give it the 1 to 2000 file here. You know, I wonder why this isn't showing us any output here. This is kind of frustrating. Maybe I need to look up the FFUF documentation real quick. Let me just FFUF help. So is there an option for verbose output? So verbose output, printing full URL and redirect location with results. So -v, what else could we put on here? Okay, so -c-v. Okay. Yellow Snow says, sorry, let me catch up with chat. Melania Obama says, if there was a prize, I would be asked for Boris from James Bond. Let's see, B.3 says, what are you coding? We previously did some coding in Python, but that was a couple of hours ago. So if you go back in the recording for a couple of hours, you'll see us doing some Python coding for a challenge where we have to add some numbers. So you can always go back to previous points in the live stream if you're on YouTube. Yellow Snow says, after switching from Windows to Linux, I got Linux Mint. But if I wanted to get into some things that you're doing, would you switch to Kali or stay on Mint? If you're studying cybersecurity, you're gonna spend a lot of time using Kali Linux, so you might as well use Kali Linux as your main Linux system. That is if you're not super heavily invested into Linux. If you're very, very invested into Linux, then you would use Mint when you're doing everything else, and then when you're doing cybersecurity stuff, you would switch over to Kali Linux. Yeah, I'm still a bit confused why I'm not getting any output here. I'm just seeing the progress bar. CFG says, how about Parrot? Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to use Parrot, that's fine too, because Parrot and Kali Linux have mostly the same tools. But I would say that Kali Linux has like a larger community and better support. But if you want to use Parrot, that's fine as well. You just have to understand that it's going to be, if you run into problems, there are less people using Parrot OS. And it might be a little bit harder to troubleshoot your problems that you have with Parrot. CFG says, I've never touched it. Yeah, like I said, Parrot OS and Kali Linux have mostly the same tools. I'd be very hard pressed to tell you what the real difference is between the two operating systems. But let's see. So I'm having some problems with FFUF. So FFUF. How do I display this? How do I say it's not displaying information? FFUF-V. So V isn't working. So if FFUF isn't displaying information as expected, it could be due to a few reasons. The most common issues could be related to the fuzzing process, the target URL, or the way FFUF is configured. So incorrect syntax. Oh, wait. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm using the correct syntax. Well, I mean, I don't even need the syntax in this case. How about... Complete says you could always start with something simple like Mint or Ubuntu and add only the tools you need. So I would say to Yellow Snow that you probably want to use Kali Linux, because figuring out how to install the tools that you need it could take up a lot of time. And if you have a version of Linux that already has all those tools installed by default, you're going to be spending a lot less time troubleshooting how to install different software packages. I would say that if you want to use another version of Linux and then install security tools on top of that, that's more of a power user thing to do. If you know exactly what tools you're going to be using from day to day, that's how you want to do it. But if you're not sure, and if you're a student who's just starting out, use Kali Linux. It's going to save you a lot of headaches. I'm just trying to figure out what the heck is going on here with FFUF. Okay, so the word list contains words extremely long. The word list is huge. Not showing output. CFG says, I'll be crying for the most part. Which one's better for that? I'll be crying for the most part. Which one's better for that? You know, CFG, let me know what your experience is with Linux. Are you a person who uses a lot of Linux, or are you a person who only uses Linux to do cybersecurity exercises? Personally, I've never been a person who uses a lot of Linux outside of Kali Linux, and the only reason why I know anything about Linux is because I've been working with Kali Linux for the last 4 or 5 years. So everything I know about Linux is through Kali Linux. I know how to work inside of Debian environments because Kali Linux is a Debian-based distribution of Linux. But for people who are very, very serious about Linux, they probably think that I'm not very respectable because I only use Kali. It says CFG says barely. I've only used WSL. Okay. But let's see. You know, I really wish I could get these automatic scanning tools working for Drupal. Maybe, let's see. So Drupal scan, Kali install. So Drupal scans docs. Yeah, there has to be... Oh well. Anyways. MC25 says, back, you still didn't get it going. Did you try to edit the script itself and change all the imp to import lib? Hack smarter, not harder. Just rated the channel with 25 viewers. MC25, okay. So edit the script itself and change all the imp to import lib. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Thank you very much for the raid, Hack Smarter, Not Harder. And let me give Hack Smarter, Not Harder a shout out, because they are a InfoSec streamer. Let's see, Hack Smarter, here you go. There's a shout out, and Hack Smarter also has a YouTube page. So YouTube, I think the YouTube channel name is Tyler something something. Ooh, what's Tyler's last name? Or I can just search for Hack Smarter. Ramsby, okay. This is Hack Smarter's YouTube link. Oh, that's not a good looking link. Let me get the better one. Here you go. Yeah, so they do cybersecurity education, they do courses, and here's the link. All right, let's we're trying to get some sort of script working. It's going to be Drupal scan. And I guess we could go into the Drupal scan script itself and talk about import lib. So let's see. So you are ASEC. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you very much and welcome raiders. Let's see. Complete on YouTube says, sorry, my thought process was more along the lines of less tools when you install, that you're never going to learn every tool at once. It seems like it would be more likely to overwhelm someone learning. Yeah, so complete, I mean, I think if you're just learning cybersecurity, you're probably not very, very good at using Linux in the first place. I don't want to, stereotype or anything, but if you use Kali Linux instead of some other Linux and installing tools on top of it, you're probably going to have a lot less tech headaches through trying to install tools. Let's see, CFG says, Kali doesn't come with tools under WSL. I didn't know that. Who's Linux? Isn't that the Penguin guy? Yeah, I think Linux is the Penguin guy. But what we were trying to do, I think we're trying to use this Drupal scan tool. Gosh darn it. So import backend something something. Yellowstone says, really appreciate your insights. Love the stream. Keep up the good work. Ty says, Kali should be used under a VM for safety purposes. Most of the time, you want to use a VM to do cybersecurity education, because if you break the VM, you can always install a new VM. But if you break your main computer, that's a bigger problem. So yeah, keep your Kali Linux machines as virtual machines whenever possible. Okay, so sorry, MC25, did you try to edit the script itself and change all the imp to import lib? Let me see if I can locate that. So grep r, the current directory, we're going to look for imp. It seems that it appears quite often. How do we look for imp by itself with regex? VMs are great for making snapshots. That's the other good thing about using VMs. If you create a VM, you can snapshot the VM after you create it and after you've done your updates. And in that case, if you screw up the VM, you can always snapshot back to a previous state where the VM was not screwed up, and then you can continue from there. It's probably the better way to do things with the VMs, especially. Okay, so aren't there escape strats for VMs these days? If there's escape strats for VMs, there are very few. There are very few escape, like VM escape hacks. Let me see if I can locate one just for fun. So VM escape hacks. Okay, so the attacker runs code on a VM that lets the OS running it break out and interact. So, I mean, how many of these have been reported? Okay, thoughts about... Ooh, let's see, what do we got here? Kali should be used under VM, okay, and thoughts on WSL and Kali Linux being on the distribution list. Thoughts on WSL and Kali Linux being on the distro list? I mean, everybody, the more stuff that is readily available to people, the better. Kali Linux isn't, well, you could say that, Kali Linux is dangerous. It's only dangerous if bad people use it, and, Kali Linux is like a tool, right? So if it's a knife, you can give a knife to one person, and they could do something with that knife. You can give it to another person, and maybe they do another thing with that knife. It's just a tool. Let's see. Thank you very much for following Awasi. Thank you very much. Syke says you can always sudo rm rf and it'll totally fix it. Of course, that fixes everything. Millennial Obama says, what's too old to learn Linux? Haha, I'm serious. 35. I was 40 when I first started learning about cybersecurity. So you do not have to feel bad about being 35. Ty says, that's what I was thinking. Okay. CFG says, you can't share network files, can't install VirtualBox tools. Are you talking about WSL? Sack says, hi. Hello, Sack. Nice to see you here. And thank you for following Phantom0078. Thank you for the Twitch follow. GX00 says, whoa, you're old. Thank you, GX00. I always like to be told that. Yeah. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
And GX000 says, guns don't kill people. People with guns kill people. Yeah, that's true. All right. So what were we doing? We're trying to get this. We're trying to get our tools to work. We tried doing our Docker install, but for some reason the Docker install wasn't working either. So let's see. I'm going to try this one more time for DrupalScan. DrupalScan. Where's that GitHub? Millennial Obama says 40 is not old, just old to be a youngin. It is old. It is old to young people for sure. Okay, so we're looking for the Docker thing. So you can build a Docker image and run dupascan from Docker. We tried this. The problem is we got some sort of weird error. We're going to take a look at it one more time. So Docker build, right? We downloaded the thing, sure. And then the next thing we tried was we tried to then run the Docker in here. Ty says, I turned 30 in 2 days. Congratulations, Ty. Hope you have a good 30th birthday. So, okay. So, what is this file over here? So, from imp, import reload, pragma no cover, no module named imp. Okay, so this is where we might identify the problem. So this is line 8 in the module. So if we, well, can we just open this thing up? Game Boy says, I think you need to open another channel about philosophy. I don't think I need to open a channel about philosophy. Although I could talk about hacker philosophy, because I really like hacker philosophy. Because hacking is all about Psyched says, whoa, I missed some messages. GX00 says, we can be old together. Yeah, we can be old together, GX00. In case you're wondering, me and GX00, we know each other in the Vancouver InfoSec community. Leo Pizza says, ways to put payloads in websites, any suggestions? When you say payloads in websites, what exactly are you talking about? Zach says, is working Upwork profitable? I'm not too sure about Upwork. Big Task at Hand says, wait, can I ask you a quick question about Python? Yeah, you can go ahead and ask me that question about Python. Hopefully I can get to it. Syke says, he's so old, his hairline recedes in an unusual manner. I have a lot of hair, Psyched, so I'm not losing on that front. I could be losing on a bunch of different other fronts, but I still have a lot of hair. Anyways, let's go ahead and play some more music. How about, we haven't done our Faster Than Light yet, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so what do we got? Geez, so many messages today. Am I on Arch? No, I'm not. I'm not on Arch Linux. I don't use Arch, by the way. I do not. You can use pop or pip, okay? Question, have you ever heard of append? Append? Are you talking about, like some... what are they called? It's a method, right? Append, or is it a function? Let's see. What did you do before hacking? I tried a few different businesses. I used to teach English. I was in Asia for about 5 years, teaching in all sorts of countries out there. And then I came back and I tried my hand at opening businesses. They didn't work, and I wasted a lot of time and money. And I decided to get into cybersecurity stuff. So shell.php 3, what the heck? Arch is great, but I don't like it. My laptop uses Parrot at home, okay? Upwork sucks, says GX00, unless you have put a lot of effort into building your reputation. Yellowsnow says, do you use AI or AI tools to help with your work? Yeah, I use AI tools all the time. So when I have any questions about technology, I usually ask an AI tool, or if I have questions about... Usually, if I know that I probably have to do more than one click after doing a Google search, I'll use an AI tool instead. If you're looking to avoid AI tools, you can't even use Google anymore. Because the moment you use Google, the Google AI will give you an answer. So to people who hate AI, you can't avoid it these days. It's being integrated into everything. What else do we have in the chat? GX00 says, I'm losing my hair. GX00, why would you say you're losing your hair? I've seen you. You still have a lot of hair. Sykes says, I trust you, sir. I am definitely a skid. Don't worry about being a skid. You can stay a skid for as long as you like, and it's fine. Gameboy says, you need 1 million subscribers and followers. I'll try. Cool background, by the way. Thank you very much. Arch talk about some serious Linux users. Do you have any courses to make a non-skid but a pro? I don't have any courses myself. I do... Well, actually, I do have some courses, but they're not really anything that to write home about. If you're interested, you can always take a look at my YouTube channel. So, The Shy Hat. Append for adding to an empty list. Yellow Snow says, where does the frog come from? So, people who watch live streams, especially Twitch, they're usually referred to as frogs. There's also a lot of frog emotes on Twitch, so I decided to take on the frog because people who watch live streams are live stream frogs. If you're a hacker who likes live streams, you're a hacker frog. And what were you doing over here? So yeah, I've got I mean, the closest thing I have to a course is basically watching my walkthrough videos on CTF challenges. So if you're starting out in cybersecurity, you want to learn about some cybersecurity skills, you can always go ahead and take a look at the stuff in this YouTube playlist. Arch talk, okay, and I'm going to HU STEM for CYOM. I don't know those acronyms. Could you let us know what those acronyms mean? There are cool AI tools out now. Check out Warp. And sad no, I am not bald. Big Tasking Man says append for adding to an empty list. Yeah. I mean, let's see. So Python append. Let's see. Is it a function? I think it's is it a function or a method? So so Python append is a method. I mean, you can always take a look at this, at an article over here. Here you go. What are we going? What else do we have going on here? Let's see. Leo, PFP equals profile picture. Leo's profile picture. I don't know about Leo's profile picture. Fixit is raiding with a party of 2. Welcome Fixit and Raiders. Let's give Fixit and Raiders a hack the planet, because that's what we do over here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
What are we talking about? We're talking about profile pictures. We're talking about let's not be prejudiced against anybody because of their profile picture, everybody. Cybersecurity operations and management, CYOM. Oh, really? I've never heard of that before. But HU STEM. What is HU STEM? Could you let me know what that is? I'm sorry, I don't know these these acronyms. Anyways, yeah. So if you want to take a look at well, if you want to learn anything about Python, the best way to do it is to just get in the Python. Well, this is what you do. So if you've got access to a terminal, all you need to do is just type in the word Python and then start doing some stuff. So I don't know. So my list equals, and I think this is what we do for lists. So 1, 2, 3, hello, and then print my list. Element 3, and that would be hello, right? Yeah. And then we could do mylist.append. And I don't know what we would want to append. How about we would want to append thing. And then we would do print mylist4, and there's probably thing. There you go. Thomas says, open the file. I want to know what's on line 8. Okay, we should probably get back to the hacking. So let's exit. Okay, we want to figure out what is on line 8, and we want to figure out if we can get this. We can get this package working. Huh, what do you mean it doesn't exist? That's really strange. Let's see. Leo Pizza says, the best story I've found till now. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the compliments, Leo Pizzas. Fixit42 says, I realize it's over. Ooh, it is very, very late where you are. 4:45, jeez. Had too much fun there. Been doing bookkeeping all week and not streaming to get it done. Finally let myself have some fun. Seems to be missing cement. Cement. So the file doesn't exist. Let me just double check. Yeah, so it doesn't look like this file exists. So do we install cement? Like this? Okay, so maybe that's exactly how it worked. Append. Okay, I asked because I'm learning Python. That's how I exactly learned it. Okay, great. HU Harrisburg University of Science and Tech. I've taken cybersecurity ethics. I've taken calculus, computer programming, fundamental security principles, etc. Yeah, I'm actually very curious what people learn in cybersecurity programs in university, because I didn't take the cybersecurity. Well, I didn't go to school for cybersecurity, but I'm wondering what they teach in those programs. So pip install cement. So I guess I need to create my Python environment, and then I can install the thing. Okay, so one more time, how do we do that? We do Python m venv, my environment. Then we do virtual env, my environment. Then we move into the directory and we do source. Okay, and then we install cement. So pip install cement. So requirement already satisfied. So if the requirement is already satisfied, I mean, it should work. Okay, what do we else we have here? Game Boy says, you shouldn't say they study nothing. That's not very nice. I'm sure they're going through all sorts of stuff in college, all that good college stuff. I checked if you were streaming, as usually not up this late. We got the same though, okay. And I've been studying for over a year now. I am just now looking into VRPs after joining OWASP as a contributing member last year. VRPs, this is another acronym I'm not too sure about. But OWASP, yeah. Where is Harrisburg? Just a second. So Harrisburg is in, Pennsylvania. Okay, cool. All right. But yeah, is Harrisburg near a very large city? The capital city of, Pennsylvania, that's the capital of Pennsylvania. Yeah, well, I mean, here's another thing. If you live in Harrisburg, you should probably start looking for some cybersecurity groups. So let's see, Harrisburg cybersecurity group. Vulnerability research program. Oh, okay. So PA hackers. This is a group that you can maybe take a look at. I probably shouldn't be telling you should be checking out these groups, but a lot of people don't look at in-person groups to start learning about cybersecurity, and it's a very, very underrated way to get into the industry. Is you can get to know people who work in cybersecurity, and they can give you a much better opportunity to get jobs than applying through passing out your resumes and such. Because if you, well, I mean, you can think of this as like the hack for getting a job in cybersecurity. It's basically knowing the right people. Big task at hand as how often do you go live? So we're live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So this is the last stream for this week. And sorry, let me catch up with chat. Uncle Beppy says, cheers, glad I stumbled onto your channel today. Catch you next stream. See you next time, Uncle Beppy. And you know what? We'll give you a Nyan Cat to see you off. Let's see. I don't live there. I don't go there. I don't live there. I'm off site. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's see. Echoing. I'm echoing. Am I? Everybody, am I echoing for you as well, or am I only echoing for Leo Pizzas? Let us know if I sound like I'm echoing in my microphone. Okay, Fixit42 says, not echoing. Yellow Snow says, no echo for me. What's the website called? The website? Not echoing. Okay, thanks. I think, Leo Pizza, it might be on your side. Ty says, no way I go on site. Oh. Okay. Yeah, sometimes there are device problems. But, yeah, so it says cement is already installed. So let's try running that Docker command again. So it still says that there is a problem with this module called imp. So does this file exist? So there's no such file or directory. Okay, so this says app dscan drupascan.py. Let's try to identify what the heck is going on. So this doesn't exist either. So is it because I wonder why I'm getting these error messages. Big Task asks question, should someone that aspires to learn programming for entrepreneurial reasons learn cybersecurity? Programming for entrepreneurial reasons. Do you mean you want to program to create applications to sell? Is that what you mean? Let me know. Deprecated. Okay, so let me, just for fun, I'm gonna feed this to the AI and then maybe can tell me a little more. So it says no module named imp. The other big thing is that none of these files exist. So what is actually going on with this thing? Okay, I'm having trouble with my Docker container. Imp is deprecated, says DuckDuckGo. Leo Pizza says, I'm out, love the time, bye-bye, and you can't access the file since it's in the Docker container. Oh, okay. This thing is in the Docker container. Death Wish, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome. Why don't you have a... Oh, what do we have left? We've got I'm root, and thank you for the message.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so long-term fix, the Drupascan maintainers need to update the cement dependency. Until then, stick with Python 3.12. 3.12. Okay, so the error occurs because the DrupalScan Docker image uses Python 3.13, which removed the deprecated imp module, which was replaced by import lib. Here's how to fix it. Okay, so use a Python 3.12 compatible image, which is recommended. Docker run something something. Okay. Solution 2, patch the container, which is a temporary fix. If you must use the DrupalScan image, run the container interactively, and then inside the container, patch the file. Okay, so let's try this. Looks like a fun time. Imp is slated for removal from Python. Is this a scanner tool like Nessus? So it's a scanner tool like, it's a lot like, what is that, WP scan. So this is another tool that that does scanning against a CMS application on a website. Okay, so we're now in the DrupalScan Docker container, and we can make some changes from here. So what do we need to do? Inside the container, patch the file. Okay, so we're going to... okay. So we need to edit this file. So this is extension.py. Sure. Okay, so nano, edit this file. No, there's no nano. Is there vi? Is there vim? No, none of these things exist because this is a Docker container. Yellow Snow says, have you ever been a black hat? If I was ever a black hat, I would not tell anybody I was a black hat. Defus says, oh, sorry. Defus, I didn't see you there. Let's see. So there's a GitHub, there's DrupalScan issues. Don't read the link I've sent. Okay, so let me take a look. Thank you, Defus. You know what? Defus, it is very, very late where you are, Defus. Hold on. Okay, let me take a look at this thing. Let's do it over here. Okay, hello, Docker image using Python 3 tag like latest, now it's 3.12, and the imp module does not exist. When we try to build and run the Docker image, we get an error. Please change it to from Python 3.11. Okay, I've installed Drupal through Docker and through, okay. So what is the correct answer here? Use it to specify the low version of Python. Okay. APK add vim or Debian Ubuntu. Okay, so I think we should be able to Ty says it's 10 here. I took a break from school to watch you. Your channel was recommended. Wow, I guess YouTube recommendations do work. Thank you for coming by, Ty. And yeah, I enjoy talking to people about all sorts of cybersecurity stuff, even though I don't quite understand all the terms that are being used, because there's all sorts of technology and terminology that I don't know because there's just too much stuff to understand. Eventually, I'll get out there. So okay, so use to specify the low version of Python. Said run this on the Docker file. Okay, maybe we can try this. In which case, we need to get out of the Docker container. How do we do that? Here. Okay. Neems says, hi, I'm late. Hello, Neems. Nice to see you here. And, yeah. So, okay. we got the Python environment. We're now in DrupalScan. So where's the Docker file? Okay, we adjusted the Docker file. And now we can Docker build this thing here. Ty says, I'm cool. Thank you, thank you. I'll take all the compliments I can get. Part of the fun of cybersecurity is getting your stuff to work. Okay, so I think we should be able to just run the thing as usual now. So docker run DrupalScan. Okay, thank you very much for Defus for redeeming all the things. So if you've never heard that song before, let me just look it up, and I'll give you a link for the song. It's a really, really good song. It's a really good hacking song. So let's see, all the things, dual core. Best part is this is all probably for a 30-second scan. Maybe. Anyways, here's the link. It's an old song, but it's a good song. It's an oldie but a goodie. So it's from 11 years ago, over a decade. Okay. So let's go ahead and run the thing. So how do we run the thing? Okay, let's go ahead and... So example scanning a Drupal site? Sure. Let's do this. You know, I'm so glad that we managed to get this working. Because I hate it when the tools don't work. Okay, so 172.17.02. Oh, what happened this time? Oh, it tried to scan port 443. Okay, so, I mean, we can solve that very easily by specifying port 80. No, now we get SSL wrong, whatever. What is going on? SSL wrong version number. That's weird. Let me try pinging that host just to, you know, make sure that it was working. What's up? HTTPS, replace it with no. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay. I need to. There's an S here. All right, now it's working. HTTP, dude. Yep. Gotta not do typos, because if you do typos, you don't get to hack. And if you don't get to hack, then you're a very sad person. Okay, you can nmap it. Yeah, we've done our nmap scans over here. There's only one port open. It's only port 80. So we're just running the Drupal scan tool. Where is it? Over here? Voronov. Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you for coming by. I appreciate your messages. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a bully bird? This is one bird bullying another, but it's so cute because they're cute little birds. Not Docker, yes Ducker. If only we could run some Ducker here. Ty, hello, nice to see you. Duck B, a good catch. Good night, guys. Have a great stream. And to fix it, thank you very much for coming by and for the raid. Let's go ahead and give you a frog song. There you go. Okay, so we're just waiting for the scan to come back. Hopefully it can give us some good information. And I guess we could also look over at the Drupal website for some examples of how to run the tool. Okay, and let's see. Scan types, there's plugin checks, there's theme checks, there's version checks, there's interesting URL checks. I guess we run it with all the checks. I'm not sure, but let's see if we can get some. Yeah, we're going to get some information back. Wow, this is taking a while. But you know what? It's okay. We're going to be going for another 20 or 25 minutes, and then I'm going to have to tap out to get some dinner. Big Tassie Hand says, "Okay, question: are you familiar with if, and, or else statements?" Yeah, we know the basics of running Python scripts over here. If you have questions about basic Python, then yeah, go ahead and ask the questions. Thank you for following Voronov, thank you. Okay, so what do we have here? We didn't get all that much information here. So it says no plugins found, no themes found, possible versions this, this, and this. And there's an interesting URL found, default admin. This is not information that I didn't know about. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we've been hitting this website. So user admin or user login, what was it? So it says user login. User login is not anything we didn't know about before. Yeah, we've been hitting this this page a lot. Okay, so is there additional checks that we can run with this? Okay, let's go back up. So this is Drupal scan, sure. Drupal scan Drupal something something. No themes found, something something. Okay, let me try this again. Scan Drupal scan Drupal. This is basically exactly what we ran before. Huh. My guess is authenticate and then scan. GredXT says, have you tried creating an account and logging in? I stepped out for a while. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. We should probably create our own account and then see if we can do some enumeration from the inside. So here, we're going to create a new account. Let's see. Create a new account. Well, okay, we'll try. So tests 4@test.com. We're going to call ourselves HackerFrog. And then we'll try to create the new account. The website encountered an unexpected error. Please try again later. So, I don't think we can create a new account. Can we log in? So we created the user, HackerFrog. The problem is we never created a password, so I don't think we can log in. Attach a PHP backdoor. Can we do that? Okay, so no themes found, possible interesting URLs, possible versions, plugins, scan finished. Maybe this is What are some... They don't tell us too much about the other features of this thing. Okay, so Drupal scan, let's try help. And maybe we can get some... So Drupal, Silver Stripe, scanner status and capabilities. Okay, so let's try stats. Okay. Well, I mean, the problem here is reset the password. Sorry, who gave that suggestion? So Dreamworld says strange. Gameboy says create an account. GredXT says have you tried creating an account? Okay. MC25 says my guess is authenticate then scan. Ty says if else statements are good for nesting. Big Task in Hand says what just like what you did with the append command, can you kindly demonstrate an if and then else statement? Demonstrate an if and else statement? Sure. Just for fun, and because you asked nicely, let's go ahead and do that over at maybe Online Python. Okay, so if we've got number, or my number equals leet. If my number equals leet, then do something. Print. Wow. You're leet. Else. Whoops, that's not how you spell else. Print. You are not leet. Okay, then we run this code. Let me, man, is this the syntax? It might not be the syntax. This is not valid syntax. Okay. So, oh, we're using the double equal signs, of course. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, so this works. So when we do our comparisons, we have to use the double equal signs. If this thing is true, then it prints out one thing. If it's not true, then it prints out another thing. What do we got? Stasix says reset the password, and Stasix says I left for a bit, but I see there's a reset password tab beside the create account tab. Does that help at all? I think we've tried that already, and we haven't been able to get the password reset. Password reset usually goes to an email, but we don't have access to the administrator's email, so it doesn't really matter that much. But I think we can confirm that the admin account exists, and I guess maybe we could try doing a password attack on the admin account. So that's something else we could try. So let's go ahead and try logging in as the admin user with the test password, and we'll record this in Burp Suite, in the Burp Suite browser. Phantom says, what box or machine is this? So this is the Find Your Style box from Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs has a bunch of different vulnerable Docker containers. And this one is called Find Your Style. So you could probably search for it over here in the search box as well. Okay, so we're going to log in as the admin user with a test password. Try to log in. and it's going to tell us that that the password isn't correct, right? Yeah, the user admin has not, whoa. The username admin has not been activated or is blocked, so we can't log in as admin. Okay, so I think it's the same thing for administrator. Administrator. Okay, and we'll try this. So the user administrator has not been activated or is blocked. So in this case, what can we do next? Because we tried. I guess we could try figuring out what usernames exist. There are no posts on the site from as much as I know. Creating a new account. So creating the new account doesn't work either. If we go here, we try to create a new account. It gives us an error. So we could give us an email address, maybe this. We can give a username. Default username, sure. We try to create a new account. It gives us some sort of application error. So unable to send email, can't contact the site administrator if the problem persists. So it says a welcome message with further instructions has been sent to your email address. So I don't think they expect us to actually use our email to get this, to get the email and to activate the account. Unless this is something really weird. Can you try an SQL injection, Wapalizer, and vulndb? Bet you can do some injection. Well, I mean, if we could do some injection, it would probably be in the login page. So if we've got the login page here, and we also have a search page. So we could probably feed this to SQL map. Let's see. Do you want to try URI injections in the target URL itself? Sure, why not? Let's try that. But we can keep this going on in the background to test. Oh, okay. So it says doesn't seem to be injectable. Shell.php. If only we could upload our shell.php. But oh, we're still scanning over here. Geez, this has been running for a really long time. Okay. So we got our admin endpoint, we got our contact, we've got our index.php. We get our, oh, there's a robots.txt. Okay, I should probably check that out. So watch it be something in the robots.txt. That makes me feel really dumb. Okay, so robots.txt, sure. Core, profiles, readme.txt, web.config. These all could be pretty good endpoints to take a look at. Let's go through these one by one. Okay, web.config. What is this? XML file does not appear to have any style information associated with it. Oh, interesting. So what do we have here? That's is that your spider Dirbuster? That's a secret file. Maybe we can get some information out of here. Directory browse enabled, false. Okay, let's make this a little smaller. I don't see anything super important here, but should probably go through this pretty carefully. You know, the good news is we have we've got a bunch of other files that we could potentially be looking at with robots.txt, so we can go ahead and check out the other endpoints. So we got admin, we got comment reply. So one thing that I'm interested in is that the name of the challenge here is called Find Your Style. So this is called Find Your Style. So there might be something about style sheets or like CSS involved in solving the challenge. So where are the CSS? Okay, so it's profiles.css something something. Oh, allow this. User password. User password and user register. These are really unusual endpoints. We should probably check these out. It's disallowing your access to those directories. So this is part of the robots.txt file, which means that it's telling the search engine robots not to go to these endpoints. Okay, so this is the reset your password endpoint. With the login endpoint, we got the log out endpoint, we get the register endpoint. Comment reply admin. I mean, the admin endpoint is probably not going to let us in, but we can go ahead and try. Access denied, okay. What about doing SQL injection in the search field? Nope, doesn't look like it's working. Yellowsnow does... Oh, we could also try cross-site scripting. Yellowsnow says, do you use a VPN? Or do you think they're overrated? VPNs have a very specific purpose, but I don't think the regular people need to use VPNs unless they're looking for very specific use cases. Diva says, is this Drupal, or why did you try this tool? So this is Drupal. This is the Drupal icon over here. We're pretty sure we're dealing with Drupal in this case, because all the endpoints also match up with Drupal. So what can we take a look at next? So web.config vendor user root. There's a root directory. There's an install root directory. Okay, so we can't access that. Contact directory. Web.config. You know, the interesting thing is that Derb works very well here because Drupal is very old software. So most of the stuff in the Derb directory list is going to be located here. Weird, weird, weird. Gradixy says, oh, we got more stuff coming in. Okay. Maybe you could try directory traversal to them. Diva says, this is Drupal, okay. VPN, it's great for doing something inside your home. When you go outside, you can easily connect to your home. That's true, that's true. You could set up a home network and then set up a VPN tunnel so that you can access the stuff that is in your home network. GredXT says, if you want a secure connection in public Wi-Fi, you can use Tailscale and a desktop RPI on your at home as your exit node. No version yet? No, I don't think we have a version of Drupal. Actually, you know what? We might. We might. Hold on. So where is that Drupal scan? So I think we got a possible version over here. So maybe we can search for known hacks for Drupal 8.5. Let's do that in another. Okay, let's search for this. Drupal. Okay, so this is 8.5 something something. Drupalgeddon. Drupalgeddon RCE? Huh. I wonder if it could be that easy. If this works, I'm gonna feel. If this is actually it, I'm gonna feel really dumb. But you know what? It's worth a try. So let's go ahead and try this out. So let's try copying this over. So these are both forbidden platform scripts, but we got a Python script here as well. That's why you said put in the shell.php. Of course, of course. Let me try this. Let me try this module, and we're just gonna rename it to Drupal. Then let's take a look inside. Okay, so what do we need to supply to the script? All right. Well, let's first of all, let's try running the script. Actually, one thing I need to know before we run the script is if this is a Python 2 or Python 3 script. Because when we're dealing with something that's super old, it could be running Python 2. Print, okay. It looks like this is a Python 2 script. Yeah. So one thing that you can... So if this was a Python 3 script, the print function would look different. Anyways, let's run this in Python 2. So Python 2 Drupal.py. Okay, enter target URL. Sure. What do you mean invalid syntax? Do I need to wrap it up? Do I need to wrap it up in this? That gave me a different error. I think it needs the sign up page. I've seen a mail in it, or Python 3. Print is out. It is print is out of Python 3. Okay, so just in case this is actually Python 3, we'll try this. Okay, so I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a Python 2 script. print as parentheses. If it didn't, that wouldn't be a problem. Okay, so the example is this. I think it might be because it's not looking, it doesn't like numbers. It doesn't like numbers as in the numbers in the IP address. Look up other tools of that CVE. I think, well, let's take a look at this thing over here. So the target input, sure. So input is always going to be a string, as far as I know. We got proxies. We got So the CVE is this one right here. I guess we could try using the forbidden platform as well. Diva says remove proxies, set verify false. Remove proxies, set verify false. And let's see, proxies equals proxies. I guess we don't need the proxies. Okay, let's try it again. Invalid, why does it say invalid syntax? File string line 1. Line 1. Okay. Print is almost always Python 3, no matter if it's print or print. Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, if it is Python 3, then we can just run it with Python 3. But this also gave us some errors when we ran it. So 172.02. This time we get a different error. The print text would be Python 2. You know what? I'll provide the AI the script, and maybe it can help us out. Okay, let's go ahead and grab the script. We'll ask if this is Python 2 or Python 3. Is this script Python 2 or Python 3? Use a slash at the end of the URL. That could be it. Okay, let's try. HTTP. Yeah, it might be the slash at the end. It still says invalid syntax. It's trying to get to slash. Okay. So we can try the same thing with Python 3. Okay, so it was Python 3. So check hello.txt. So if we check hello.txt and it exists, then that means we've got arbitrary file upload. That's great. That's great. Okay, so all we need to do is adjust the payload, and then it should be urllib3 import is also a Python 3 tell. Okay, let's go back into the script. Let's adjust the payload, and I guess we can do a file called shell.php. Actually, I guess we can just do a web shell. So we're just going to create a web shell.php, and the payload is going to be, echo this. Right. So we're just going to get a web shell. You know, Defus, what was your super small web shell? I remember I've been using that a couple of times. Let me see if I can get something, right? Ah, yes, I see it. Okay. Get. Okay. Let me see if we can do that. Bash. Do you think a bash reverse shell would work here? But you know, the first thing I want to do is I want to set up the web shell just as a proof of concept. And then we'll go from there. Okay, so let's save this out and let's run the script. Okay, in this case, it's not a... we can't do it. It's echoing into the file. It's RCE, not just arbitrary write. Oh! PHP doesn't require the closing brackets. Hold on. Let's go back in here. Is there something wrong with the payload? Oh, this is a command. This is a system command. Oh, you're right. You're right. T it into hello.txt. Okay. So we can just use a... Yeah. I don't... This doesn't work. It doesn't work because this is teeing into hello.txt. I didn't take a look at this closely enough. Okay, let's just do a rev shell. Jeez. Alright. Let's get some rev shells. And... Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our rev shell. We can probably just do it like a bash one, like we were talking about. Sure. Let's grab this. So the command is here. Okay. Okay. Anyways, let's set up our netcat listener with the RL wrap, just for fun. Here. Okay. So we're going to run it, and then if this works, we get a reverse shell. So it's hanging. Well, Nope, didn't get a reverse shell. Okay, let's try another payload. So the next payload we can try is a PHP payload because we know PHP exists on the target. So let's get our PHP payload. I think there are a bunch of different ones. So PHP system. Okay, let's try this one. PHP command. I think I like this one better. Okay, let's paste it in. Okay, let's run the thing. Nope, it doesn't like the symbols we used. Let's go back in there. I think we need to change these symbols around. Maybe we'll make these double quotes. We'll make these double quotes. And is that all we need to do? Maybe we can change these to single quotes. So sometimes you have to alternate your double quotes and your single quotes. Otherwise your stuff isn't going to work. Now this stuff is looking kind of weird. So single quote, double quote, single quote, single quote. Well, we'll try, and if it doesn't work, then we know why. Yeah, it doesn't work here. We got to change those to double quotes. This isn't what... They don't teach you this stuff in school. Or do they teach you this stuff in school? Sometimes you gotta be very careful with your quotes. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, and let's see. Why not send the command on hello.txt? Hengi Lodwig, hello, nice to see you here. And Apex ODI says, hello bro, nice to see you here. Hello, nice to see you. That's why it says it's not... let's see. You're checking for the webshell.php in the script and putting the output into hello.txt. Oh. You know what? I think I am going to try to create a web shell. But, you know, oh man, it's getting super late over here. We didn't get our reverse shell. But let's try creating our reverse shell. Keying out simple PHP web shell might be been way less of a headache. Yeah, maybe let's try doing that. Okay, so the target is going to be let's call it shell.php, and we're going to look for shell.php. And the command was to do something. So echo out something and tee it to shell.php. Okay, so the web shell is getting close. Getting close. Okay, so let's see, web shell. CMD. I think where was Defus's one? So Defus's web shell was this. Is this going to be okay? Anyways, let's give it a try. CMD small. Which one was CMD small? This one. Yeah. So this one looks just like Defus's one. Okay, let's run the thing. Okay, let's go over to shell.php. Was it 0? 0 equals who am I? What happened here? Is this not being interpreted as PHP code? This is... It might need another angle bracket, that's right. Let's go in and correct that. So the other angle bracket is, let me check. Rev shells. Well, let's just try this directly. Yeah, okay, let's do that again. Okay, and then we go back, we access shell.php. Is it? What's, What is going on here? Is it stripping stuff out of the payload? Let's see. Just put in a simple command. Beware of the quote. Try to escape it with the backslash. It might be because of the backticks. So can we create... Well, we could do this, I mean, we can do this slowly. We don't need to necessarily do it in one command. But let's take a look at the, you know, Game Boy has given us a potential command here. We'll try out Game Boys. Okay, so let's edit the thing again. And, oh, it looks like we're going to need to play around with this. Because we've got we need to alternate our single and double quotes. Hold on. Oh, this is very messy. Okay. Okay. Bubble Tiger says, hello, I'm from India. Hello, nice to see you here. Eval equals get 0. Okay, I'll try Defus's one. It's nice and short. Worst case scenario, you could do base 64. Yeah, I hope I don't have to do that. Okay, paste it in. Sure. Let's save it out. Let's run the thing. Okay, so let's take a look at shell.php again. We still get... What is it giving us? So, did it not get... Oh, no. I screwed it up. We didn't T it. We didn't T this thing. Sorry, it's, we didn't echo, we didn't do the echo, and we didn't do the... Yeah. Okay, we have to echo something, right? And then we need to T it to... We need to T it to shell.php. Okay, sorry, that was my bad. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, it's not... So the problem, I think it's the... Was it the backticks? That... There are no backticks here. So why does it get... why are we doing reverse? We're not actually doing reverse engineering anymore. Bubble Tiger, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, if you want to take a look at the reverse engineering, you want to go back about 3 hours in the stream, and we were doing reverse engineering about 3 hours ago. So just go ahead and go back 3 hours, and you'll see the reverse engineering stuff. Budget Nanami says, I want to learn cybersecurity as a hobby. I was wondering if you could give me a rough idea of how much time I would need to do to solve a couple of the hack-the-box machines, and I would like to be able to do application testing. Budget Nanami, let us know where you are as far as like technical skills are concerned first. Do you... How much technical knowledge do you know? Do you know computer networking? Do you know app development? Do you... Can you program in different programming languages? I'd just like to know what your baseline level of skill is before I answer that question. Okay, so let's see. Bash being bash, bash being bash, time to base 64. So, what doesn't get translated here? Was it the $sign that doesn't get... Oh, okay. I like the color tabs in your terminal. Let's see. Babel Tiger says, yes, all AI and many more. I'm not too sure what that means. Thank you very much, Rudy Aridyan Shah. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. And welcome. Okay, so let's try to figure this out before we finish the stream. And I think the echo doesn't... So, okay, so the reason why this isn't working is because of the $sign. So the $sign is interpreted by the bash terminal. If all else fails, echo this thing and then base 64 it and then decode it into shell.php. So, okay. That looks like some devious stuff right there. Let me copy that. Hold on. So echo something base 64 decode. Okay, so is this the web shell? This is the web shell, yeah. So it's echo this, base64d, and then redirect into shell.php. Well, do we want to do this or do we want to use t? Actually, I guess we can't use t in this case. So I guess this is what we got to do. Okay, so let's go back in and edit the payload. So command is executed. Why not try to curl your Python web shell? We're not using a Python web shell. Well, I mean, the web shell isn't Python. The web shell is PHP. We're just using the Python script to deliver the payload. Okay, so one more time. This is the payload right here, and the payload looks like we need to encase this in different quotes. Yeah, okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, try this out. There are many different ways we could do this thing. Okay, let's see if it worked. Huh. Did this? What happened here? Let me take a look at the payload one more time. This kind of feels like an OSCP challenge, doesn't it? Though, doesn't it? Okay, so it's shell.php, right? Base64 decode. Echo this out. Maybe we can try the t method again. So t it to shell.php. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, HTTP, this thing. And it took a little longer to come back, so maybe yes. Okay, I think we're in business. Okay, so 0 equals who am I? So we're the www data user? Sure. Let's get a shell. First of all, now that we have a web shell, we can figure out what technologies, what is installed on the system. So we know PHP is on the system. Let's see if BusyBox is on the system. Always a good time. And no, there's no BusyBox. There's no Netcat. There is Bash, so we probably need to use a Bash, either a Bash reverse shell or a PHP reverse shell. So let's try a PHP exec. Yeah, okay, so we got PHP system. Let's try this. Where's my... Okay, that didn't work. What other rev shells could we try? PHP popen. PHP shell exec. Let's try a simple bash reverse shell because this might be the best. The other thing we need to do is we need to double check our own IP address, because if we've been hitting our head against the wall and we don't even have our IP address correct, then we'll be very, very sad people. Docker, okay, so this is my IP address. So 1701, and we're using 1701. Good. Okay, so Deefa says scary hacker voice man about to show up. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so we got our bash reverse shell. Let's give it a go. No, that doesn't look like it worked. Not that one. Okay, so what else do we have for bash? Bash, bash, bash. Bash UDP. I've never tried bash UDP before, but you know what? Might as well give it a go. Thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, that didn't work. Hiroshi1442, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. You're now HackerFrog. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a Hack the Planet. We hacked the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so let's figure out one of these reverse shells. I think there might be Python. We should probably check to see if there's Python. If there's Python, we could try a Python reverse shell as well. So which Python? No. Which Python 3? No. Which Python 2? None of those. None of those exist. Bin sh. So, oh, is there? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a bash. So which bash? There is bin bash. I love how you pointed out it's your network. Well, I mean, we're working on what is it called? Oh, Budget Nanami. Sorry for not seeing your message. The Budget Nanami says, I know basic C++ and I started networking like 2 days ago, so not much. Okay. So it might take you a while to get to the point where you can do hack the box stuff. This is what I would recommend. So go ahead and look at, oh, what are we doing? So let's see. I think, yeah, we're looking at Professor Messer. So go ahead and look at some of the courses for Professor Messer for A+ and for Networking Plus. This will help you get knowledge about computer IT in general, and networking stuff. So looking at the Networking Plus and the A+ materials on that site, if you want to do some stuff immediately with CTF stuff, then I've got a YouTube channel of my own where I do some very easy challenges from PicoCTF. And PicoCTF is a very good resource for learning about cybersecurity concepts through little challenges. And I'll just grab the playlist for the PicoCTF stuff. So let me get that. Just wish my internet wasn't so slow. Take a look at this playlist here. Okay, Hack the Box is a great platform. They have an academy with gamified learning experience too. And Strong Shiv. Strong Shiv is a strong name, and they've just followed on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let's give you a Nyan Cat. Here you go. Sorry, sometimes I get I don't see chat messages until later, because I get distracted by all of the hack and fun. Okay, so what else do we have for? Is there Perl? Is there PHP? We know there's PHP. We just need to find the right PHP payload, or if any of these PHP payloads is going to work. Maybe we could try pass-through. Let's see. Only American seat duck sauce. I don't talk, but I actually own stuff. Let me know if you want to see some real skills. Only American seat duck sauce. Do you do live streams? If you do, you can. Well, I mean, if you stream fairly regularly, then people here could watch you do some hacking stuff. What were we doing? Okay, so I think we need to paste it into our web shell here. Okay, let's see if this works. Nope, didn't work. Let's see. Only American Duck Sauce says I don't. I'm doing it now though. Are you are you hacking me? I don't know. But you know what? I mean, everybody's here to learn. We're not trying to one up each other. Onion Vulnerable says hi. MC25, go to PHP and try encoding and double check that netcat ran with sudo for 443. So let me double check my reverse shell. And yeah, I mean, the command looks okay. The HackerFrogs Discord will be hype when it's set up. Well, when it is set up. Curl 172.17.02. I mean, we've been communicating with this Docker container this whole time. Hold on. So, I mean, let me try pinging it. So the ping works. The mod says I have my CCNA, how to get into cyber stuff. Hit the web server? Hit the web server. Sure. Yeah, I can communicate with it just fine. Curl with it with I. I mean, is the I very... I'm not even sure what the I flag does. We can communicate with it just fine. Scroll up. Scroll up to the top. Yeah. What are we looking for? It tells us the status code. Well, I mean, it's 200 okay. Okay, I really want to get this reverse shell so I can so I can stop streaming. Check for vulns. No. We don't need to check for vulns for Apache. We've got a web shell. We've got a web shell. All we need to do is figure out which reverse shell payload is going to work. Balmung07 says 30-second recap for those who joined in. So we have remote code execution on the web server because we found a hack that we were able to do to do remote code execution. We've got a web shell. We can run whatever commands we want on the system. Unfortunately, the system's very limited because it's a Docker container, and Docker containers don't have very much software installed on them. So we need to find some reverse shell command that's going to work, but so far all of our reverse shell commands have failed. Let's see. Only American says, let's see. John Notation says, it took me a long time to learn and grasp the idea that for me it's about understanding the syntaxes and going from there. I know simple, but in my head it was so complicated. Really appreciate learning from other perspectives, helps me out a lot. Yeah, I think watching other people hack can help you identify what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. And collaborative hacking like this has really helped me up my game. But let's see. Send it from the URI that will break the payload. Try using base64 and decode it from there and pipe it to bash. Let's see. Klondike says, which SH, the original shell from the 80s? Try the bash reverse shell command. Try the bash reverse shell command. I'm encoding it now. Does your bash reb shell need to be URL encoded? Maybe? It could be that the URL encoding is screwing up the command. That's true. Let's see. Drop the URL in the chat. I'll write it for you. The URL in the chat, well, I mean, the URL is basically, it's just HTTP. Well, this is the URL that goes to the reverse shell. I guess we could try URL encoding all of this, and then, I mean, it's possible that that's what's screwing it up. So URL encode. Hiroshi says, my friend does crazy rats and malware stuff. They explained it to me, but I'm not that sharp to grasp it, but it seemed so cool. Yeah, I think, I mean, malware stuff, I haven't really investigated too much, but eventually I'd like to be able to get there. But let's try this URL encoded reverse shell and see if it works. Nope. Not this one. Henki Lodwig says, like I said before, if you send it from the URI, that will break the payload. Try using base64 and decode it, and then pipe to bash. What would that look like, Henki Lodwig? Okay, we got ads, and when ads happen, we do ads everywhere. Only American Seat Duck Sauce says, listen to me for 2 seconds. Okay, let me read your messages. You are blurry. I'll show you. Drop the URL in chat. I'll write it for you. No, it doesn't. When you say no, it doesn't, you need to tell me what I was talking about when you say no, it wasn't. No, it doesn't. Why are you trying to do this in the browser? If you can do it in the browser, you can send the payload with curl. Yeah, we could send the payload with curl. I mean, I'm just doing this with the web browser because it doesn't really, it usually doesn't change too much. All American Duck Sauce says curl is going to be easier and faster. Yeah, could be. Let's see. You know exactly what it looks like. You already did a lot of base64 encodes and decodes on stream. Please try which sh. Yeah. So okay, let's go ahead and do that. So which sh? We got bin sh. But I mean, ultimately, doing it on curl versus doing it in the web browser isn't that much of a difference. But if you prefer doing it in the terminal, that is great. Okay, let's see if we can change up the music. We're the www data user. Let's run it back to some of this Dungeon of the Endless. Only American Duck Sauce says, yes, with curl you can script it. I don't think we're going to be interfacing with this long enough to have to script it. Okay, sorry. Let's read back over here. You know exactly what it looks like. You already did a lot of base64 encoding and decoding on the stream. Okay, sure. Let's see. What is an FSGI? And UID 0 is root, as far as I know. John Notation says, I remember when I thought learning with aggressive questioning as if the concepts in their mind is theoretically correct, and perhaps they might have a guess, but they don't know how, so instead they push the idea that they will forever be left from the table as if there is not enough to eat. Calm down, people. Just enjoy and learn peacefully. Let's see. White Devil asks, do you play CTFs? Yeah, we play CTFs. That's what we're doing right now. Only American Seed Duck Sauce says, Basics 4 isn't going to help here. Okay. Let's see. Why do you want someone to do it for you if I know you can do it on your own? Oh, I mean, are we going to base 64 encode and then decode it and then run it on Bash? I mean, is this guaranteed to work? Okay, Defus, let me just grab this. I kind of want to be finished with this fast CGI. So, I mean, is this fast CGI? It's a script runner for Apache. Okay. Any tips for me? I'm just a beginner. Yeah, I think... Listen. We let's not be overtly aggressive over here. We're all here to learn and to figure this stuff out. I'm just trying to figure out finish out my stream for Friday night. But let me figure out what this is first. Okay, so this is the bash. The bash, what was it? Reverse shell. I just want to get my reverse shell, and then I want to call the stream because I'm super tired and hungry. Oh, that worked. But for some reason the shell broke immediately. Anyways, let's not, let's all be civil in chat. Thank you. Okay, let's run this again. Yeah, it works, but it breaks immediately. So we gotta find. Oh, you know what? You know what we could do? We could upload a reverse shell. We could upload a PHP reverse shell file. That's probably the best way to do it. Here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to copy, this PHP reverse shell file here, and then we're going to edit it. Oops. We're going to edit it. We're going to put in the information that we want over here. So this is going to be this. Whoops. We're going to put it on port 443 because that's the port we like. Almost 7 hours. Yeah, I'm getting. I've been hacking for a while. John Notation, thanks you for. Yeah, let's not argue. Let's just try to get it done. Shell.php is already hackable. Yeah. I just want the shell to be stable. So I'm just gonna try uploading this now. So let's serve this with Python. So Python 3, Python HTTP server on port 80, and then we'll try to upload the thing. Let's see. Okay. So let's... Okay. Another thing we need to check is if there's wget on the system. I hope there is. There's no wget. Okay. What else could we use for instead? Could we use curl? There's curl. And can we use curl with... okay, maybe we can do curl and then redirect to something else. So for example, curl... oh man. HTTP 1701 PHP reverse shell.php and then redirect it to reverse.php. So is that going to work? What are we talking about in chat now? Hack Planet. Let's see. Real world scenario. Glad to see the stream. Balmung7. Hello. Working on prepping for OCP. And let's see. Rename your PHP into a TXT file, maybe. Okay. And then just list the files. Then switch it over to PHP. Well, I mean, if we can get this... okay. So, let's see. We've got this here. Is this going to work? Okay, we got an error response. Didn't quite work. So, I think... well, we can try URL encoding this. Don't put the reverse.php in quotes. Okay. The question is, did it get uploaded? Oh, we should probably check. Yeah, this was accessed. So if it was accessed, then there's a pretty good chance it was actually uploaded. So let's go ahead and do... okay. So we got our stuff over here. We got our reverse.php. That means we can just access the file from the web server. It failed to daemonize. Unable to connect. Oh, you know what? It didn't work because we needed to set up our shell access again. We didn't have a reverse shell listening. Okay, okay. Let's try it again. Okay, we're in. Geez, that took long enough. Okay, so, alright everybody, so we're probably going to be stopping the stream pretty soon, but you know what? It's about time that we did our favorite thing to do, and it's to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. So we got Scary Hacker Voice Man on speed dial. Let's call him in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man shows up every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Style Web Administrator, it looks like you forgot to update your Drupal software. We managed to figure out which version of Drupal was running on the web server, and it was vulnerable. We used a script to upload random files to your web server, and then we used the random file to get reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities, or maybe you decided it was an acceptable risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Kids will think Santa is coming. That's the latest Scary Hacker Voice Man. I'm now awake. Okay, okay. But yeah. So what do we do from here? I think I'm gonna have to call it here because it is already super late and I've been streaming for about an hour longer than I usually do. But thank you very much for everybody who is watching today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna raid into another great InfoSec stream, and you can find great InfoSec streamers at infosecstreamers.com. And it looks like we've got some. Oh, LaughingSec was here earlier. You know what? We should spread the love and raid into LaughingSec's channel. Okay, so what is LaughingSec up to right now? Let's take a look. Alright, LaughingSec is doing some OSCP? Learning about bad successor, maybe hack the box later. Okay, so let's go and spread the love. When you arrive on LaughingSec's channel, please type in the following raid message. It's going to be OSFrog hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this. Okay, so let's start the raid. And Laughin_sec. Thank you very much for the subscriptions, Mike Smith and Cody Liska, thank you. And to Katie KCX as well, thank you very much. And Balmung07 and John Notion and Strong Shiv. Wow, I've missed so many messages because I was locked in trying to get that reverse shell. But anyways, thank you very much for watching today, everybody. We'll be back on Monday, and I hope everybody has a great weekend, and we will see you next time.